Hello, everyone. Omni Sensei here with What If I Was Reborn as Black Adam, Part 3. If you enjoy this content, smash the like button. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description.
The Foot Clan pressed hard, but the brothers shifted seamlessly into formation. Leo's eyes narrowed. All right, the turtles snapped into motion. Raph and Mikey charged forward first, shells smashing through the crowd like battering rams. Mikey spun his nunchaku to keep the ninjas off balance, while Rafa's raw strength sent enemies flying with every strike of his sai. Donnie vaulted high, planting his staff into the ground and flipping over the mass of fighters. He jabbed buttons on his gauntlet and unleashed a pulse that disoriented the foot, making their movements sluggish for a split second. That was all Leo needed. He cut through their ranks with sweeping strikes that disarmed without spilling unnecessary blood. Every slice forced the ninjas back, driving them into the waiting fists of his brothers. Shell shock, Mikey yelled, jumping onto Rafa's shell. Raph launched him upward with a grunt, and Mikey spun in the air like a whirling top. His nunchaku cracked against heads and shoulders, dropping half a dozen ninjas in seconds. The last wave tried to regroup, but Leo shouted, "Push now!" Together, the four brothers rushed forward, driving the Foot Clan back. Their shells slammed into bodies. Donnie's pulse charges disoriented them, until the final few enemies crumpled onto the asphalt. The highway fell quiet except for the moans of defeated ninjas scattered across the pavement. Raph wasted no time. He grabbed one by the shoulders and slammed him against the truck. "Where's Shredder hiding?" he growled. Sai pressed against the man's mask. The ninja stayed silent, eyes blank and unflinching. Raph snarled. He dropped him and yanked another up, this one still coughing from Donnie's pulse blast. "Talk, or I make you regret it." Nothing. Not a word. They stared back like machines, lips sealed. Raph shoved the man away in disgust. "They ain't saying a thing." "Yeah, but that's fine," Mikey chimed in, climbing into the cab of the lead truck. "Because guess who just found something way more helpful than chatty ninja dudes?" He hopped back out holding a folded map with red markings. There were a couple of dots and a circle. "Check it out," Mikey said, spreading it across the truck hood. "Looks like a treasure map. Only instead of treasure, it's probably bad news. The big circle must be their hideout and the small dots must be their sub-bases or attack points," Leo said after seeing the map. Donnie adjusted his goggles to scan the paper. "That's an old subway line, shut down years ago after a cave-in. If the Foot marked it, that's where they're staging." Raph crossed his arms, eyes narrowing. "Finally, a lead. We go down there, we find Shredder. We find the cure for Master Splinter." Leo studied the map for a few minutes. His grip on his swords tightened. "Then that's where we go next." Mikey tapped the map with his nunchaku and grinned. "So, question. Shouldn't we, call the super invincible pizza guy? We did make a promise. Plus, maybe he'll give us some free pies if this goes well. Win-win. We get backup, he vents his trauma. Everybody eats." Donnie raised an eyebrow at Leo. "He's not wrong. We did give our word." Leo kept his eyes on the map, voice steady. "First we confirm Shredder's there. Then we call him and we go in together." Raph clicked his sai together impatiently. "Let's go and crack some more skulls." Abandoned subway. Shredder's new base. The air was damp, carrying the stench of rust and mold. Floodlights buzzed above rows of crates stacked with mutagen canisters. Foot Clan soldiers moved like silent machinery, carrying weapons and sealing explosives into containers. At the far end of the cavern, Shredder stood in his armor, his blades gleaming faintly in the pale light. Before him, Eben rose from the shadows, his form sliding together into shape. "You lied to me?" Eben said, voice calm, almost too calm. "You told me this mutagen would create chaos, power, an army of mutants to rule Dakota and beyond. But I checked your formula." His eyes narrowed. You slipped in something else, a chemical that burns through metahuman cells like acid. That means every bang baby in the city would die screaming once this stuff spreads. Shredder tilted his head slightly, then gave a low, rumbling laugh that echoed against the stone walls. And to die for the glory of the Foot Clan is the greatest honor. Your kind is weak, unworthy. A true world can only be born from sacrifice. Eben's body tensed. His shadows rose higher, forming jagged spikes that pulsed with hunger. You think I'm gonna die for you? You must be a delusional lunatic. Shredder tilted his head, unconcerned. What can you possibly do before the might of the Foot? Before me? Eben smirked. Plenty. His shadows lashed forward, stretching like serpents to wrap around Shredder's body. But before they reached, something snapped in the air. His eyes widened. His arms stiffened mid-motion. His shadows writhed but lost their shape, collapsing to a puddle at his feet. He struggled, gritting his teeth. What the hell? His whole body froze. He couldn't move a single muscle. Only his eyes darted wildly, trying to make sense of it. Shredder simply looked down at him. From the shadows beside him, Karai stepped forward. Her hand held a strange, glowing device shaped like a fan, faintly humming with green light. You talk too much, she said, closing the device with a snap. You thought we came to Dakota without countermeasures for bang babies and metas? How stupid can you be? Eben's body remained paralyzed, locked in place like a puppet cut from its strings. Shredder's laughter filled the chamber again. Did you truly believe you could betray me without consequence? You were useful, Eben. But in the end, there can only be one ruler. Karai took out her short sword and was about to kill Eben, but Shredder stopped her. Not yet. Although he has served his purpose, his power is too useful to let it go to waste. Use him as bait and lure out his allies. Capture them and put them into the pods. Eben's lips twitched, then curved into a slow, dangerous grin. A low chuckle rattled from his throat. Shredder's eyes narrowed behind his mask. You laugh. Yes, Eben said, his voice low, vibrating with menace. His body still looked paralyzed, but the sound grew louder, sharper, until it rolled through the cavern. You really played it well, Shredder. The mighty conqueror, always so sure of himself. You revealed exactly what I wanted to hear. Karai's eyes flicked toward him, unease flickering beneath her cold composure. What are you talking about? Eben's form began to ripple, the outline of his shoulders blurred, his head shifting like smoke in water. The puddle of shadow at his feet bubbled and hissed. Your arrogance has always been your weakness. You couldn't help but brag. You told me you have a way to block power, and more importantly, a way to extract it, to transfer it. That's all I needed to confirm. Shredder's fists clenched. Impossible. The body standing before him wavered, flickering like static. Then it shattered into black wisps. What remained was nothing but a shadowy husk, an illusion Eben had left behind. Karai's eyes widened. A shadow clone. From the walls, from the ceiling, from the floor, Eben's cold laughter echoed again. You thought you had me trapped? Pathetic. I was never here in the first place. Shredder's claws scraped together, the sound like grinding steel. Eben's voice slithered through the chamber, disembodied yet suffocatingly close. Soon, Shredder, we will meet again. And when we do, it will be you on your knees, begging for mercy. The last of the shadow collapsed into a puddle and seeped into the cracks of the stone floor, vanishing completely. The cavern fell silent. Shredder's growl rumbled low. So be it. If Eben wants war, I will give him war. Karai looked at the empty puddle with narrowed eyes. He is cunning. He will not underestimate us again. What can a bunch of kids do before the might of the Foot Clan? We'll bury them along with this city, and I'll personally rip apart Eben's head from his body and throw him into the gutter, Shredder said with an amusing smile. It's been years since someone challenged him and fooled him like that. So, He was somewhat excited to overwhelm them with absolute power and show them that he's the strongest of them all. Shredder's eyes glowed with a red hue for a moment before fading away. Outside, a few hours later, floodlights ringed the fenced perimeter, turning the ruins into a fortress. Foot Clan soldiers patrolled in tight rotations. Engines rumbled as trucks were loaded with crates. The clang of metal echoed each time another container was locked into place. High above, on a nearby warehouse roof, the turtles crouched low. Donnie unfolded the arms of his drone and sent it buzzing silently across the lot. Its lens flickered as it swept over the compound. The feed came up clear on his wrist display, and the others hunched in tight to see. "That's a lot of heat," Mikey whispered. "Like too much heat. That's burn your pizza crust before it's even in the oven heat." "Cut the chatter," Raph muttered, eyes glued to the screen. "Look at that. Crates stacked floor to ceiling. Probably mutagen. Just how did they get so much mutagen?" Donnie's fingers flew over his gauntlet. The drone zoomed closer, scanning the crates. His voice dropped. "Confirmed. High concentration readings. Same signature as the canisters we intercepted on the highway. And check this out." He tapped a corner of the feed. A group of workers lifted a heavy pod, reinforced with steel and cables, sliding it into one of the trucks. "That's containment gear. Something designed to hold someone." The drone shifted again. This time, the feed caught sight of Shredder himself emerging from the subway stairs. His armored form glinted under the floodlights. Karai walked at his side, her mask off now. Behind them trailed a pack of elite ninjas. "Showtime," Raph growled, his grip tightening on his thigh. "He's right there. Let's end this." Leo's hand shot out, steady and firm. "Not yet." "You kidding me?" Raph snapped, keeping his voice low but heated. "He's right there. We've been chasing him for days. We'll beat him up and find the cure for Master." "Think for a moment," Leo countered, not looking away from the feed. His tone was calm but sharp enough to cut steel. "Look at the numbers. Guards on every truck. Snipers on the roof of the subway. Elite units at the gate. You charge in now and it's all over." Mikey raised a hand like he was in class. Yeah, also if we go in boom boom mutagen. Last I checked, explosions plus glowing green sludge equals bad time for everybody." Donnie nodded. "He's right. One stray hit and we could poison half the block." Raph cursed under his breath, but his knuckles eased just slightly. He glared down at the compound. "So what, we sit here and watch? It's time to call our pizza guy. Together, we might stand a chance," Leo said as he looked at Donnie and gave him a nod. 10 minutes later, it was close to midnight. Everyone back at the shop was asleep. John slipped out of the building quietly after Donnie called him. He pulled the tarp off the sports bike, kicked the ignition, and let the engine growl low before rolling it onto the empty road. The streets were empty since it was midnight, so he drove as fast as possible. Within 10 minutes, he reached the rendezvous point. In the shadows of an alley, the turtles waited. Leo stepped out first. "You are?" Leo was confused because he hadn't seen John in his base form. "Oh, this is my regular form," John said. "You got the message," Leo said. His voice carried the weight of command, but his eyes betrayed how badly he wanted this done. "The compound is crawling with Foot. Shredder's inside. They're preparing mutagen and explosives strong enough to take out blocks of this city. We need to move soon. But listen, we need to do this with control. No killing if possible." Raph scoffed, arms crossed. "You're too soft, Leo. You've seen what these psychos are planning. They're gonna blow half the city sky high. We should be ready to put them in the ground before they do the same to us." John leaned on the bike and replied casually, "Why not? I'll leave them alive. But make no mistake, they'll be eating through a tube for the rest of their lives." His tone was flat, almost like a promise, not a threat. The air hung heavy. Mikey's grin faded. Donnie adjusted his goggles but said nothing. John pushed himself off the bike. Stay here. I'll be back soon. Not saying you can't help a little, but my power is destructive and not so easy to use when allies are around. One wrong move and I might kill one of you by mistake. So stay as far as possible. His eyes swept over them one by one. If you decide to intervene anyway, I won't be responsible for what happens. Injuries or death. That's on you. Leo opened his mouth to argue but shut it. He exhaled slowly, hands tightening on his swords. Fine. We'll wait. We don't have another choice. But if you are in danger, we'll jump in. His gaze hardened as he added, but can you leave Karai alive, the ninja girl with Shredder? John nodded once, already turning toward the compound. All right, I won't hurt her, and I'll deliver Shredder to you, just like I promised. 3 minutes later, the turtles crouched on the roof where they had been watching the compound earlier. Their silhouettes blended into the shadows. Every eye was locked on John as he walked toward the fortified gate like a man out for an evening stroll. Raph muttered under his breath, "Guy's insane. Walkin' right up the front door like he owns the place." Mikey smirked nervously, or like he's delivering a pizza. "Hi, Foot Clan. Here's your order of butt kicking, extra crispy." Leo couldn't deny the unease in his gut. He said his power was destructive. Let's see just how destructive. Donnie activated his drones and began recording mode. Time to collect some data. John stopped before the compound's gate. The massive iron doors loomed above him, flanked by towers where shadowy figures shifted. Instead of forcing his way in, he lifted a hand and knocked. 3 polite raps echoed through the night. "Hello? Anyone there? I'm looking for Shredder. Is he home?" John yelled. Nothing happened at first. Then the gates creaked, and from the shadows poured a swarm of Foot Clan ninjas, blades gleaming in the floodlight. They surrounded him instantly, steel tips pressing close enough to brush his jacket. Up on the rooftop, Donnie swallowed hard. That's at least 40 in the first wave. Maybe 50. All armed. Coordinated. More like soon-to-be sushi, Mikey muttered, eyes glued to the scene. John looked around at the ring of swords. His mouth curved into a grin. Really? I was being polite. He raised his voice, sharp and commanding, as if the heavens themselves answered to him. SHAZAM! The sky cracked open. A blinding bolt of lightning ripped downward and struck him, exploding outward in a storm of raw energy. The shockwave vaporized every ninja within reach, their bodies reduced to ash in less than a heartbeat. The ground trembled. Smoke rose from scorched earth where warriors once stood. The compound gates hung half-melted. John rolled his shoulders as if he had just stretched after a nap. Bunch of retards. A lone guy knocking on your doors and asking for Shredder. He's either prepared to kill everyone or... He wanted to say mad. But what kind of mad person knows Shredder? So, he went with, yeah, kill everyone. On the rooftop, Mikey's jaw dropped. Dude, did you see that? That was like someone dropped a nuke dressed up as a thunderbolt. Focus, Leo said sharply, though his voice carried the faintest edge of awe. Raph spat over the side. Show off. John didn't wait. He stepped over the charred remains, casually brushing dust from his sleeve, and walked right through the half-destroyed gates. The alarms blared instantly. Lights flashed across the base, and within seconds, dozens more ninjas swarmed from every direction. They hurled shuriken, kuzarigama, and smoke bombs. A rain of arrows whistled down from the rooftops. Several charged in with spears tipped in green glowing toxin. John didn't slow his pace. He strolled straight down the main path like he was walking through a park at night. Every arrow that reached him splintered harmlessly against his skin. Poison mist closed in, only to vanish when the air cracked with static and burned it away. Chains wrapped around his arms, pulled taut by a dozen ninja at once. He glanced down at the links, then flexed his muscles. The chains snapped like paper. Pathetic, he muttered. barely above a whisper. The ground shook as 3 massive foot soldiers emerged, each wielding a warhammer that could crush a car. They swung in unison, the hammers slamming into him with bone-rattling force. Dust and sparks shot into the air. When it cleared, John still stood, untouched. He didn't even blink. A slow grin spread across his face. He flicked his hand, and lightning surged. The 3 giants convulsed, their weapons melting in their hands before they crumpled to the dirt, smoke curling from their armor. Up on the rooftop, Donnie's voice was hushed. His bioenergy output is, I don't even have the words. It's like a living reactor. Translation, Mikey said, eyes wide. Dude's a walking storm god. Raph growled low. Doesn't matter how tough he is. If he thinks he's taking down Shredder alone, he's outta his mind. Inside the compound, more waves surged forward. They tried everything. One hurled a jar of venom at his face, but he simply inhaled, and the liquid evaporated mid-air. A squad leapt from the rooftops, blades first, only to be sent flying back when John released a casual burst of lightning that turned the courtyard into a storm. Others tried ninjutsu illusions, wrapping shadows around his form, but he laughed as the illusions shattered the second his aura flared. Smoo. Stop embarrassing yourselves, John said flatly as he walked past them. His boots crunched on scorched pavement. Dozens of ninjas lay scattered in his wake, groaning, smoking, or too broken to move, and still he didn't stop. The turtles watched every step from above. This is insane, Mikey whispered. It's like he doesn't even see them. Like they're ants. That's exactly how he sees them, Leo said quietly, his jaw tight. He doesn't respect them. In his eyes, they are too weak. I'm glad that we didn't rush in with him, Donnie said while moving his drone a little further away. John reached the central courtyard, where a massive steel door barred the path deeper into the subway tunnels. A final squad of elite foot warriors lined up in front of it, their armor heavier, their blades poisoned and burning green. They moved with precise coordination, surrounding him in a perfect circle. Their leader barked a command, and all at once they struck. Swords aimed for joints, spears aimed for his eyes, explosives flung at his feet. John let them close in. For a moment, the air was filled with flashing steel and explosions. Then the courtyard lit up like day as he threw another blast of lightning. The strike ripped the ground apart. The steel door twisted and crumpled under the force. The elite squad didn't even scream before they were gone, reduced to ashes. The earth smoked where they had stood. John stepped through the wreckage, completely untouched. His eyes glowed faintly with power as he muttered to himself, "Are they lacking common sense? I don't ever get why these useless extras keep attacking like a bunch of retards even after all the flex." Up on the rooftop, the turtles were silent. Finally, Mikey broke it with a low whistle. Note to self: never, ever mess with Pizza Guy. The moment John's boot touched the top step of the shattered subway entrance, a pulse of foul energy rolled up from below. It felt like a living thing, thick and slimy, forcing its way into his senses. His instincts screamed danger. What the hell? He was surprised because he had never sensed danger after gaining his power. It was not like the shadow tricks of the Foot Clan or the weak toxins they had hurled before. This energy clawed at his soul like the essence of something that had crawled out of the pit itself. His eyes narrowed, lightning crackling faintly around his form. He muttered under his breath, "That stench! Don't tell me!" The ground shook as a blast of sickly green energy shot up the tunnel. John blurred to the side in a streak of speed, vanishing from the stairwell. The blast exploded against the courtyard, melting stone into bubbling sludge. The stink of sulfur filled the air. Back on the rooftop, Mikey shouted, "What the shell was that?" Raph growled low. Whatever it wasn't normal foot business. Leo's grip on his swords tightened. No, that was something else. Something worse. John flew up in the air, creating a safe distance. His eyes locked on the subway gate as it groaned and split. From the darkness, a figure emerged slowly, each step shaking the ground like a drumbeat. It was Shredder, but not the same man John was expecting. His armor seemed fused with his flesh, plates melted into skin. His eyes burned red, leaking trails of green fire. The bladed gauntlets on his arms had grown, twisting into talons longer than swords. Dark wings stretched briefly from his back before folding, leaving smoke in their wake. The demonic aura pouring off him thickened the air until it felt like the entire compound was buried under a swamp of corruption. John's jaw set. His wisdom pierced the illusion. This was not a simple mutation. This was something older, darker, something dragged from forbidden wells of power. "Tengu," John said aloud, looking down at him. "So you sold your soul to a filthy demon, huh?" Shredder's voice came out like steel dragged across stone, deep and warped with the echo of more than one throat. "I did not sell anything. I claimed what was always mine. The power of the Tengu is eternal. With it, I will carve a world in my image, and there is nothing anyone can do." His burning gaze lifted to John, wings stretching wide again. He pointed a finger at John. "I will start with you." The two titans faced each other, suspended in a silence so heavy the city itself seemed to hold its breath. Then the night exploded. Shredder launched upward, wings beating once with a shockwave that cracked rooftops. His claw swiped in a wide arc, green fire trailing behind like a comet. John flew aside in a blur, lightning flashing as he reappeared to the left and countered with a bolt hurled from his palm. It struck Shredder's side, blasting chunks of stone from his demonic armor. Shredder grunted but twisted midair, slamming a fist down. A torrent of corrupted fire spilled from his gauntlet, streaking toward John. John braced, lightning wrapping around him in a cocoon. The flames struck, hissing against the divine current, but did not penetrate. He roared and flew forward through the fire. His fist crackled with lightning before he slammed it into Shredder's chest. The impact detonated in the sky, thunder shaking every window for blocks. Shredder was hurled back into the courtyard, smashing through the remains of the gate and tearing a crater in the ground. Dust billowed outward. "Holy crap!" He dropped him, Mikey shouted, almost falling off the rooftop, but Leo's eyes stayed on the crater. "No, not yet." He was right. From the hole rose Shredder, slower but not broken. The green fire around his body flared brighter, knitting cracks in his armor. His claws flexed, dripping black ichor. He tilted his head up, and his eyes glowed hotter. "You think your lightning can burn me? Your gods abandoned this world. The Tengu power is beyond their reach." John landed in the courtyard, standing across from him, lightning still sparking off his shoulders. "Then let's test that." The ground split beneath them as both warriors moved at once. Shredder charged low, his claws digging trenches in the stone. John streaked forward like a living bolt, their collision blasting a shockwave that ripped nearby fences from the ground and sent remaining foot soldiers flying like ragdolls. They traded blows in a blur too fast for mortal eyes. John's fist struck hard, every hit wrapped in crackling arcs. Shredder countered with demonic strength, claws slicing through the air, each swing trailing blasts of green fire that warped the ground. One strike caught John across the chest. The armor of his aura deflected most of it, but the corruption still burned like acid against his skin, penetrated through his suit. He grimaced, spinning into a backhand that caught Shredder in the jaw and hurled him across the compound. Shredder slammed into a steel truck, denting it inward. He pushed off, talons sinking deep into metal as his wings spread again. With a guttural snarl, he launched the truck itself at John like a missile. "Tisk! Demonic energy!" John clicked his tongue. John didn't move. He raised one hand and caught the entire vehicle with a casual grip. Lightning surged from his palm, reducing the truck into molten slag within seconds. He let the wreckage fall with a thud and said flatly, "Pathetic." Shredder roared and came again. His wings beat once, launching him high before he dove. Claws aimed for John's skull. John vanished in a streak of speed, reappearing behind him, and hammered a bolt straight into his back. The strike blasted Shredder into the ground face first, carving a long scar through the courtyard. The turtles watched in silent awe. Even Mikey had stopped muttering. Still, Shredder rose. His body smoked, armor cracked, ichor dripping, but he smiled. The expression was more terrifying than rage. Yes, stronger than I thought. This is what I craved. A foe worthy of my ascension. His wings spread wide. The green fire erupted higher, twisting into dragon shapes that circled him before launching toward John in streams of flame. John's eyes glowed gold as lightning erupted from his entire body. He threw his arms wide and unleashed a storm. Bolts rained down like spears, each one colliding with a dragon of fire. The night sky turned into a war of elements, green flame crashing against blinding lightning. The shockwaves shattered windows for blocks, the ground splitting with each collision. Shredder punched through his own fire, claws glowing bright, and slashed across John's chest again. But it was useless since John has super speed. He moved so fast that Shredder's fist met his afterimage. John grabbed his neck and hurled him up into the sky before blasting his ass off with a concentrated bolt of lightning. Shredder's body rocketed upward, vanishing into the clouds. The sky flared white for a heartbeat before a deafening crash shook the earth. He slammed back down into the courtyard, a crater swallowing him in smoke and rubble. For a moment, silence. The only sound was the crackle of lingering lightning chewing at the stone. Then the rubble exploded outward in a violent burst of green fire. Shredder rose again, his form charred, flesh torn, armor hanging in twisted shards. Yet his laughter rolled across the ruins, deeper now, layered with a guttural echo that felt wrong to human ears. "Yes," Shredder growled. "Stronger than I thought. Worthy. You are worthy to witness what only gods and demons have witnessed." His claws flexed, his wings stretched to their full span, burning with spectral flames. His voice dropped to a promise of carnage. "I will not hold back any longer. This is my true power." The air warped around him. The green aura thickened, spreading like a plague. John narrowed his eyes. For the first time, he felt the gravity shift. Stones lifted from the ground, chunks of pavement tearing upward as if gravity itself had betrayed the earth. "Telekinesis," John muttered. He raised his guard. The courtyard roared as dozens of heavy trucks ripped free of the asphalt. Containers stacked with mutagen and weapons floated like leaves in a storm. Every shard of metal, sword, and broken piece of steel around them shivered before flying into the air, whirling in orbit around Shredder. His laugh echoed as the wreckage formed a storm of blades, all pointed toward John. "I will break you and then make you my servant." With a roar, Shredder sent the storm crashing down. Blades shrieked through the air, a tidal wave of steel. John didn't flinch. He stood still, sparks crawling over his body. His voice was steady, almost bored. 10% will be enough to beat the crap out of you." The air turned blinding white as lightning wrapped his entire body, coating him in living armor. Every wound he had taken vanished. His suit reformed, pristine, glowing faintly with gold threads of energy. The first wave of blades struck. They didn't pierce him or slow him down. Each sword that came close vaporized the second it touched the aura, exploding into sparks. Even steel beams shattered against him like glass. Shredder snarled and pushed harder, throwing trucks at John like meteors. John raised one hand lazily, throwing lightning blasts. Each truck exploded midair before they could even touch him. The courtyard rained molten scraps. "That all you got?" John asked. His voice cut through the roar of destruction. Shredder bared his teeth. His hands twisted in sigils, and for the first time, black glyphs burned into the air around him. The earth cracked open, spewing green flame. From the cracks crawled spectral warriors, skeletal samurai burning with dark fire. Each carried twisted weapons of bone and steel. Hundreds of demonic warriors and ghosts surrounded John. "Face my legion," Shredder roared. The legion charged, howling. The ground trembled under their march. The spectral warriors and the ghosts rushed in with burning eyes and weapons that reeked of blood. Their blades cut through the air with unnatural speed. Their roars shook the courtyard. It looked like an army from the underworld had risen to crush one man. Enough of this nonsense. John raised both arms to the sky. The clouds above twisted into a whirlpool of storm. The air turned electric, hair-raising, filled with the taste of ozone. Then his voice thundered like judgment itself. "SHAZAM!" The heavens split as John scattered and redirected the giant bolt of lightning toward those demons. Bolts of lightning rained down in a catastrophic storm. Each strike exploded like bombs, vaporizing the legion on contact. Ghostly warriors turned to ash. Skeletal samurai were blown apart before they could even lift their swords. The ground itself glowed with the heat of impact, stone melting into rivers of fire and steam. Screams filled the night. Not human screams, but echoes from lost souls ripped from whatever pit had spat them out. They vanished under the storm, erased in seconds. When the last bolt faded, silence returned. Smoke and dust rose from the crater-ridden courtyard. The demonic army was gone. Not a single body left behind. Only charred marks on the stone remained. Before the raw power of the diving power, they were nothing but mere bugs. Up on the rooftop, Mikey whispered, "Dude, he just deleted hell." Donnie swallowed hard, his goggles flickering as he tried to measure the energy. "This output, it's beyond any known physics." Rafa's eyes stayed locked on John. "Yeah, but look at him. He ain't even sweating. What kind of monster is he really?" Down below, John lowered his arms. His aura still crackled, but his face was calm as usual. "Got any more tricks up your ass?" But Shredder was not done. The warlord rose from the wreckage, his body trembling with anger. His demonic armor cracked further, and greenish-black goo spilled out from his wounds. Then he began to heal again. His eyes glowed bright red as he raised his claws to the sky and roared. Green fire exploded outward. His body began to twist and grow. Plates of armor split as something larger pushed from within. His wings stretched and fused into a single mass of bone and membrane. His jaw cracked wider, his teeth lengthening into fangs. Claws extended into talons longer than spears. The turtles tensed as they watched. Guys," Mikey muttered. "He's bigger now." Bigger was an understatement. Shredder's body reshaped itself until he no longer resembled a man at all. He had become a beast out of a nightmare. A dragon, black and red, his scales glowing like molten rock. His wings stretched wide enough to cover half the compound. Horns curved back from his skull, dripping fire. When he opened his maw, green flame leaked between his teeth like acid steam. The demonic aura crushed the air. The very earth shook beneath his weight. The Tengu Shredder's voice came out deeper now, a growl mixed with thunder. "I'll give you one more chance. Surrender and become my slave." "Wow, a giant lizard," John mocked with a smirk. Shredder inhaled. The glow in his throat built until it was blinding. Then he exhaled with a roar that tore through the night. A torrent of fire, black-edged with green, surged forward like a tidal wave. Buildings in its path melted. The courtyard turned into lava. "You dare mock me, kid!" Shredder yelled in rage. John blurred out of the way, lightning trailing behind him. He reappeared above Shredder's head and hurled a bolt downward. It struck the dragon's scales, blasting a crater of sparks but failing to pierce deep. Shredder's wings swept up like a wall. The gust sent John flying back, smashing him through a pile of shipping containers. Metal bent and exploded, mutagen canisters spilling green glow across the ground. John flew out of the wreckage instantly, his eyes glowing gold. He clenched his fists and shot forward like a missile. He slammed into Shredder's chest with the force of a cannon. The dragon reeled but swung its claw midair, catching John across the side. The blow sent John tumbling across the compound, crashing through 2 burning truck wrecks before he stopped himself with a burst of lightning. "All right," he muttered. "Time to stop playing." He vanished in a streak of speed and appeared right under Shredder's throat. His fist lit up with divine energy. He drove it upward into the dragon's jaw. The shockwave rippled through the beast's skull, snapping its head back. "D!" Shredder roared in fury. His tail whipped around, crashing into the ground where John had stood, splitting asphalt like an earthquake. John reappeared on the dragon's back. He raised both fists and slammed them down, lightning exploding on impact. Shredder buckled, his wings flaring wide in rage. He twisted and rolled, throwing John off. The dragon spun in the air and unleashed another firestorm. John raised his arms, forming a barrier of lightning that split the torrent apart. The flames hissed against the divine shield but could not pierce it. With a roar of his own, John pushed forward. He cut through the stream of fire and closed the gap. His fists moved faster than the eye could follow, hammering the dragon's chest again and again. Each strike exploded in bursts of lightning that rocked the night. Shredder thrashed, his talons slicing across the courtyard. One claw finally connected, slashing across John's side. Sparks flew as the aura deflected most of the blow, but blood still welled where the corruption burned through. John grimaced but did not slow. He slammed his forehead into the dragon's snout, cracking scales. The 2 giants locked in brutal close combat, claw against fist, lightning against flame. The turtles could only watch. "This is beyond anything we've ever seen," Donnie whispered. "More like a kaiju movie," Mikey muttered, eyes wide. "Only scarier." Leo's eyes stayed cold. "It's a war between gods. We were foolish to think we could defeat Shredder. If not for him, we would be dead by now." Down below, Shredder roared again. His wings beat once, launching both of them high into the air. They smashed through clouds, lightning and fire lighting up the sky like a second sun. John shot forward first, moving faster than the eye could follow. He became a golden streak, his fists glowing with divine charge. He slammed into Shredder's chest, the impact detonating like a cannon. The dragon's massive body lurched backward, wings thrashing as green fire spilled into the sky. Shredder roared and spun, his claws snapping at John. But John was already gone. He blurred behind the dragon's head and drove another punch into the base of its skull. Lightning exploded outward, and scales cracked like shattered stone. Shredder swung his tail in rage. It connected with the air where John had been. A split second later, John reappeared, higher, and dropped down with both fists. He crashed into Shredder's spine with his enhanced strength. The beast roared in fury, his wings folding to spin him like a blade. Oh crap! John was flung clear, tumbling through the air. The dragon lunged, jaws wide, green fire boiling between his teeth. "Oh no, you don't!" John twisted midair, raised a hand, and let lightning burst from his palm. The bolt struck Shredder in the mouth just as he exhaled his firestorm. The collision detonated, an explosion so bright it blinded the night for miles. The blast hurled both of them apart. Shredder spiraled down, smashing through a wall of clouds. John steadied himself with a flash of speed and dove after him. He caught up in seconds, driving his knee into Shredder's gut. The dragon wheezed but answered with a claw strike that raked across John's chest. Sparks flew, blood beaded, but John didn't fall back. He grabbed the claw in both hands and twisted, snapping 2 talons off at the root. Shredder's scream rolled like thunder. He bit down, teeth closing on John's shoulder, but lightning flared. The divine current burned his mouth and forced him back. John broke free and slammed his fist upward into the dragon's jaw. The hit sent Shredder soaring higher. John followed up with faster and harder attacks. Every blow he landed cracked scales and shattered armor. Lightning coated his arms, his eyes glowing gold as he let loose the full might of his power. His speed blurred him into streaks that circled the dragon, hitting from every angle in a storm of fists. Shredder thrashed wildly, wings cutting the sky, claws trying to catch him, but nothing slowed the barrage. The regeneration struggled. Scales burned black, ichor poured from wounds faster than they closed. Every strike carved deeper into the beast, until even his corrupted healing began to lag. "I told you, didn't I? I'm gonna beat the crap out of you," John said while continuing his attack. Shredder roared back, his voice layered with demonic echoes. "I am eternal. I am the hand of the Tengu. I cannot be defeated by the likes of you." He whipped his wings once, creating a shockwave of green fire that hurled John back. The dragon rose higher, his throat glowing bright again. He inhaled and then vomited a stream of corrupted flame so massive it split the clouds apart. John stopped holding back. He called the storm, "SHAZAM!" The heavens obeyed. The sky became a sea of lightning, bolts raining in unbroken streams as John redirected the bolt and scattered it again. They cut through the fire, slicing the torrent into harmless sparks. Then they struck Shredder himself, hundreds in an instant, wrapping him in a cage of divine power. The dragon shrieked as the storm cooked his flesh, boiling the ichor in his veins. His body twisted, wings thrashing madly as lightning ripped him apart from all sides. John blurred forward through the storm and drove his fist into Shredder's chest. The blow shattered ribs, the sound echoing like breaking stone. He followed with a second punch to the jaw, a third to the gut, a fourth to the side of the head. Each hit landed with the force of artillery. Blood and fire sprayed across the clouds. Shredder swung back desperately, his claws cutting across John's arm. The wound burned, but John ignored it. His speed only increased. However, after beating the shit out of that freak, John paused mid-strike, his eyes narrowing. He felt it, Shredder's aura shifting. The green fire sank inward, turning blood red, heavy, and crushing. Pressed on the world itself, bending space, warping the sky. John pulled back, floating still. His chest rose slowly as he steadied himself. "That energy, you gotta be kidding me." Shredder's dragon body bristled. The cracks in his scales bled light. Red fire surged through the wounds, not closing them but burning outward, spreading across his body like veins of molten stone. The air shook with each beat of his wings. The world itself seemed to resist him, yet he forced it to bend. Donnie whispered from the rooftop, voice shaking. "I heard Master Splinter talking about this power before. Shredder is trying to reshape reality. If that energy stabilizes, he'll rewrite everything in his image." Leo's face hardened. "Then John has to stop him now." Ralph closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. "There is no other way. Darn it. If he dies, then the cure." John clenched his fists. The lightning crawling over his body shifted. No longer scattered sparks, but streams of golden fire wrapping him like a second skin. His eyes glowed pure white. The thunderbolt on his chest flared brightly. He muttered low, 80%. John blurred once. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot in the air. He reappeared before Shredder's dragon face, so close his reflection burned in the beast's molten eyes. Shredder's jaw opened to unleash fire, but John's fist was already moving. The punch was simple. Contact. The sound was like the sky ripping in half. The shockwave tore the clouds away for miles. Lightning exploded outward in a blinding sphere. Shredder's dragon skull splattered, bursting into fragments of bone and molten red lava like blood. Red fire sprayed like a geyser. John didn't stop there. He raised both arms. With a roar, he unleashed a massive wave of lightning, striking Shredder's lifeless body again and again. The black and red scales slowly began to turn to ashes, glowing armor pieces trying to peel away, but it was useless. Without a host and in a weakened state, the armor alone could only do so much. Each shard of armor shattered, turning into fine dust that floated away like ash in the wind. Within a few minutes, it was over. Shredder turned to ashes. By the time the cops and city authorities got there, everything was over. The fires were dying, the sky was clearing, and the air still crackling with tiny sparks of lightning. What they found was a wasteland of ash, blood, and the cracked remains of what used to be the Foot Clan's stronghold. The Foot Clan was gone. Shredder was dead. Karai had vanished into the night, and the hope of getting a cure for Splinter's poison was also gone. John stood before the turtles a few blocks from the subway area. "Sorry about that. I know I promised to capture Shredder alive, but you saw how things got heated up," he said. "Anyway, take me to your master. I'll try to heal him." Leo looked at his brothers. None of them had another option. Without a cure, Splinter had hours left at best, so they agreed. The group made their way through the quiet streets of Dakota City until they reached a rundown apartment building. It was plain, unremarkable, exactly the kind of place no one would look twice at. Inside, the living room was scattered with tech equipment, old furniture, and the smell of pizza. A red-haired woman stood near the couch. She turned when they entered, eyes widening slightly at the sight of John. Leo spoke first. "April, this is John, the invincible pizza guy. He's the one who helped us." April nodded, hesitant but curious. "You're the lightning guy. I saw the sky light up from halfway across the city." John gave a faint smile. "Yeah, that was me. Call me John." He then looked at Leo. "Where's your master?" Leo led him to Splinter's room. The air was thick with incense and silence. Master Splinter sat on a thin mat in the center, eyes closed, his breathing shallow. The poison had turned the veins around his heart black. Even in meditation, he looked fragile. John stepped closer. He could feel the darkness coiling inside Splinter's body, slow but relentless. It was demonic energy. "Can you really do it?" Donnie asked quietly. John cracked his knuckles. "Let's find out." He rubbed his hands together. Sparks flickered between his palms, small at first, then bright enough to light the room. The air hummed. Static crawled along the walls. He pressed his hands over Splinter's chest. A low surge of energy pulsed through his palm, golden lightning flowing into the rat's body in controlled waves. Splinter trembled. His breathing hitched. The black veins on his skin began to recede slowly, burned away by the divine current. April covered her mouth. "It's working." John kept his focus, controlling every flicker, making sure not to overload the fragile body before him. After several long minutes, the last traces of poison dissolved into smoke. Splinter opened his eyes. They were clear again. He looked up at John, then at his sons. "My sons," he said softly. "The storm has passed." Leo dropped to his knees beside him. "Master, you're alive." "Wowhoo!" Mikey jumped up once with his hands up in the air. "You saved Master." Donnie gave a little bow to John. "Thank you for everything." Ralph, standing near the door, looked at John and said, "I hate to admit it, but thanks. Without you, we'd be dead by now. You are really strong, John. Too strong." Splinter smiled faintly, eyes moving to John. He looked into John's eyes. "And you who carry a power and pain beyond anything I've ever sensed. Thank you for saving my life and my son's." John stood, shoulders relaxing. "Rest, old man. You'll be fine now." April exhaled a shaky breath from the doorway. "All right, time for me to go. It's already too late and I got work to do in the morning," John said as he looked at the turtles. "As for you all, it was fun. Thanks to you, I got a good workout. Oh, by the way, if you're still in town, feel free to swing by the shop this Sunday night. Got a little birthday party planned for my girl. And it's hard to say, but we don't have many friends. It's just 3 of us. So you all joining in the party would be great." "Are you sure?" "We are not exactly normal," Donnie said. "Yeah, I'm sure. Trust me, we aren't exactly normal either," John said with a little chuckle. "Will there be pizza?" Mikey asked, excited plus a large grin. Yep. As much as you can eat, John replied with a thumbs up. Mikey turned toward Spliner. Can we? Please, master. We own him big time. All right, we can go, Splinter said as he fixed his clothes. After that, John left.
J&H&M Pizza Shop.
John turned back to his regular form on the way. When he reached the shop, he parked the bike in the garage and was about to go straight to bed. But then he remembered the pogo stick. He stopped halfway up the stairs and looked toward his room. Quiet. The lights were off, and the sound of soft breathing came from inside. He peeked through the cracked door. Maureen's room door was closed, and Harley was snoring, hugging her long pillow. A childish grin crept across John's face. He tiptoed back down, careful not to make a sound. The pogo stick leaned against the counter. He grabbed it, slipped out the back door, and stepped into the cool night air. John climbed onto the pogo stick and started jumping. At first clumsy, then steady, and soon higher, grinning like a kid who just found the best toy in the world. The spring squeaked. He mumbled while jumping. Man, this thing's still fun. Haha. He twisted mid-bounce, getting a little air, almost laughing to himself. That's when he saw her. Harley stood by the back door, arms crossed, with her usual mischievous smirk. The security light above her flickered once, like even it knew he'd been caught. John froze mid-bounce. The pogo stick tilted. He steadied himself, feet hitting the ground. Ah, crap, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. You saw. Harley raised an eyebrow and leaned on the doorframe. Yeah, I saw. Big bad lightning boy out here hopping around like a 5-year-old on Christmas morning. John sighed. It's not what it looks like. She tilted her head. Oh, really? 'Cause what it looks like is my pogo stick. You know, the one you said was dangerous. Getting its workout while you giggle in the moonlight. I wasn't giggling, John said flatly. Oh, you so were. She started walking closer, slow, hands behind her back. You even did a little spin. Real graceful. I almost clapped. John glanced at the pogo stick, then back at her. I was testing the spring. Aha! Harley narrowed her eyes. You testing it by trying to break the sound barrier? It needed a stability check, he said, keeping his tone serious. Could have been dangerous. She squinted. You mean like when I said that before you called me dramatic? John looked away. Yeah, like that. She grinned, wide and victorious. So you admit it's fun. I admit nothing. She laughed. You're such a liar. Look at that face. You were having the time of your life. John rubbed his temple. I just saved the city, fought a demon dragon, and healed a giant talking rat. I deserve a little peace. Harley raised an eyebrow, her grin fading into mock seriousness. A dragon? You fought a dragon? Yeah, a demonic dragon, he said. Breathes fire, flies, spawns ghosts and zombies, and completely out for blood. Without me? She asked, her tone half joking, half mock offense. You just went and saved the city without your favorite partner in crime? John gave a small nod, serious. Yeah, it was dangerous. Too many things could have gone wrong. Couldn't risk it. You could have gotten hurt or worse. So you care about me? Harley asked, letting her arms slip around his neck, holding him close. John froze for a moment, the world narrowing to just the feel of her arms and the warmth of her gaze. Then he looked directly into her eyes, steady and unwavering. He knew this was it. It's time to tell her what he feels about her. Yes, he said quietly. I care about you, Harley, more than I should probably admit. Her smirk softened into something warmer, almost mischievously triumphant. She leaned her forehead against his chest, breathing him in. And how much? She asked, her voice dropping into a whisper that made his pulse thrum faster. She looked up. John reached up slowly, letting his fingers brush against her cheek. He tucked a loose strand of her hair behind her ear, his touch gentle. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then he leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. The kiss was slow, careful at first, almost testing the waters. Harley responded immediately, tilting her head to deepen it, arms tightening around him as if she could keep him close forever. It was soft at first, sweet, but then it grew into something stronger, a release of feelings neither of them had fully acknowledged until now. John's hand moved from her cheek to the back of her head, fingers threading through her hair as he returned her kiss with equal intensity. It was a moment of firsts for both of them. The first kiss that meant everything, the first time he let himself feel this fully, and the first time she knew without a doubt that he felt the same way. Harley pulled back slightly, just enough to rest her forehead against his again, breathing heavily, smiling like the Cheshire cat she sometimes could be. "Finally," she said, voice soft but triumphant. "About time, big guy. I thought I'd have to wait another couple of years just to get your attention." John chuckled, brushing his nose against hers, feeling the warmth of her laugh vibrate against him. "You had my attention a long time ago," he said quietly. "I just didn't know how to say it." "You don't have to say it. Just..." She kissed him once again. He kissed her back. It was a small moment. "Kiss me." John kissed her again. Next morning, the first thing Maureen noticed was the quiet. Harley Quinn was never quiet. Usually, mornings at J&H&M were chaos wrapped in glitter. Harley blasting old pop songs, teasing John about his serious face, chasing her around with whipped cream just to make her laugh. But today, silence. Harley stood at the kitchen counter, tapping her spoon against a coffee mug, eyes unfocused. When John passed behind her, she flinched slightly, then laughed it off way too fast. "Oh, hey, morning, big guy. You, sleep okay? Bed still comfy? You're not too dry? Pillows fluffed?" she said, voice a touch too high. John just gave his usual grunt. "Yeah, you, me, peachy," she said, smiling like someone who'd forgotten how to smile naturally. Then she dropped her spoon and muttered, "Crap," before scrambling to pick it up. Maureen leaned against the wall, arms crossed, studying her like a scientist watching a malfunctioning experiment. Harley Quinn, the woman who could handle bullets and explosions without blinking, was suddenly fidgeting like a schoolgirl. Something had definitely happened. At breakfast, Harley nearly burned the pancakes because she zoned out staring at John's reflection in the toaster. When he asked if she was okay, she mumbled something about thinking deep thoughts and changed the subject so hard it left skid marks. Maureen forked her food, pretending not to notice. "So, deep thoughts, huh?" she said casually. Harley blinked. "What? Oh, yeah, deep, real deep, like Mariana Trench deep, right?" Maureen said. "You sure it's not romantic deep?" Harley froze mid-bite, syrup dripping from her fork. "What? No, A.W. Me? The romantic? Please, I'm like emotionally lactose intolerant." Maureen raised an eyebrow. "You're blushing." Harley slapped both hands to her cheeks. "No, I'm not." John walked in right then, towel around his shoulders, hair still wet from a shower. "You seen my white shirt?" Harley jumped. "Your what? Shirt? Nope, don't know it. Never heard of it. Maybe aliens took it." John gave her a look. "You're acting weird." "I'm always weird," she said too fast, then laughed, eyes darting anywhere but him. He shrugged and went to his room. By the time breakfast was over, Maureen had one thought running in her head. "Yep, I think he finally said yes." She didn't ask. Harley would either deflect with a joke or blow something up to change the subject. So Maureen just watched. Downstairs, the shop opened like usual. The morning rush came and went, and Harley was still off her game. She forgot an order, mixed up toppings, and tried to hand a customer a milkshake she hadn't even made yet. When John pointed it out, she laughed it off, cheeks pink. "Guess I'm still waking up," she said, twirling her hair with that nervous energy Maureen hadn't seen before. "Aha," John replied. not buying it but too polite to say so. Between deliveries, Harley hovered near him like she didn't know what to do with herself. If he went to the counter, she found something to check nearby. If he walked to the back, she suddenly remembered something important that needed doing there. Maureen noticed the way Harley's voice softened when she talked to him, how her jokes landed half-heartedly now, how she smiled differently. Less chaos, more care. When Harley thought no one was watching, she'd glance at John with that faraway look, the kind people get when they're remembering something they don't want to admit was real. Maureen wiped down a table and watched through the reflection in the window. Harley was at the register, pretending to read the menu board while sneaking a peek at John cleaning the oven. Her lips tugged upward, faint but there. Maureen smirked to herself. Harley Quinn blushing like a teenager. "Never thought I'd see that," she murmured. Later, when the crowd died down, Harley went to restock the cooler. She moved more slowly than usual, humming softly under her breath. Something almost sweet, not her usual chaotic rock. John passed by with a tray of clean plates. "You good?" he asked. "Me? Peachy keen, lightning machine?" she said quickly, then almost tripped over a box. John caught her arm before she fell. Their eyes met for a split second. Harley's face went bright red. "Whoa there," he said, steadying her. "Maybe slow down." "Yeah, gravity's out to get me today," she muttered, stepping back like the floor might swallow her. "Stupid physics." He gave her a small, puzzled look before heading out front again. As soon as he was gone, Harley leaned against the fridge, biting her lip and letting out a shaky laugh. "Pull it together, Quinn," she whispered to herself. Maureen pretended to be busy stacking napkins but caught the whole thing. Lunch hour at J&H&M was winding down. The tables were mostly empty except for a few stragglers finishing slices and soda. Maureen flipped the closed sign halfway, signaling break time. She caught sight of Harley sneaking through the hallway toward the kitchen, moving like a cartoon burglar who thought she was invisible. John was at the sink, sleeves rolled up, washing trays. Harley crept up behind him, the kind of grin spreading across her face that usually meant trouble. Maureen tiptoed and peeked inside. Harley stopped behind John, hesitated, then suddenly wrapped her arms around him in a quick, tight hug when he turned around. She then stood on her toes and planted a quick kiss on his lips. Tee-hee-hee. She ran away before he could respond through the back door while giggling. John stood there, frozen for a good 5 seconds. Then he smiled, muttered something under his breath, and went back to work as if nothing happened. Maureen couldn't help it. She grinned. "Called it?" she whispered to herself. Night, 10 minutes before closing. Maureen was sweeping the sidewalk in front of the shop. The neon sign buzzed above her, throwing a soft glow across the pavement. She was humming a tune. Harley's bike roared into the alley, kicking up dust. She parked the bike in the garage and jumped off, still wearing her red helmet. Maureen looked up, one eyebrow raised. "You're back early," she said. Harley pulled off the helmet and brushed her bangs out of her face. Her grin was too wide, too bright. She looked like a firecracker that hadn't decided whether to explode or sing. Without saying a word, she grabbed Maureen's hand and tugged her into the garage. "Whoa, what's—" Maureen started, but Harley shushed her, pacing in small circles like she was trying to burn off nervous energy. Harley stopped, took a deep breath, and opened her mouth to speak, then froze when Maureen crossed her arms and smirked. "He said yes, didn't he?" Maureen said, voice cool and certain. "And you two kissed. And let me guess, you couldn't wait to get it out of your system and need someone to talk to, right?" Harley blinked, mouth still half open. "How do you know?" Maureen leaned on the wall, smug. "You've been bouncing around all day like a soda can someone shook too hard. Plus, you hugged and kissed him in the kitchen and ran off giggling. Real subtle." Harley groaned, covering her face. "Ugh, I'm a disaster. I was supposed to play it cool. You know, mysterious femme fatale stuff. Instead, I turned into a Hallmark movie." Maureen laughed. "Yeah, but a happy one." Harley peeked through her fingers. You think so? I know so. You've been floating since breakfast. Harley dropped her hands, cheeks flushed pink even under the garage lights. Okay, fine. You got me. I kissed him. And it was amazing. Like fireworks and lightning and a little bit of trouble mixed together. Maureen smiled. Sounds like you. Harley twirled a strand of hair and giggled. He looked so serious after. I think I broke his brain. Pretty sure you did, Maureen said. He hasn't said more than 5 words since lunch. Harley let out a soft laugh, leaning against the wall beside her. Guess we're both a mess. But hey, feels kinda nice, you know? Not the robbing banks and outrunning cops kind of nice. The quiet kind. Maureen nodded. You deserve that kind. Harley looked at her, eyes softer than Maureen had ever seen. Thanks, Bluebell. There was a moment of silence before Harley tilted her head, that sly grin sneaking back in. So tell me something, Bluebell. You ever been in love? Maureen blinked. What? Where did that come from? Oh, come on, Harley said, waving her hands dramatically. We're having a girl talk moment here. I spill my mushy guts, you spill yours. Fair's fair. Maureen looked away, rubbing her arm. I don't know. I mean, I was homeless for years, Harley. Love wasn't exactly on the grocery list. I was too busy trying not to starve. Harley's grin softened into something gentler. Yeah, I get that. Still, you got a heart in there somewhere, right? Don't gotta be fancy love. Could be a crush. He's cute, but don't tell him kind of thing. Maureen frowned. Why are you asking me this? Because, Harley said, leaning closer, her voice playful again. I've seen the way you look at Johnny Boy sometimes. Maureen blinked. John? Yeah, Mr. Broody himself. Don't tell me you never thought about him that way. Maureen's throat went dry. What? No. What are you even talking about? He's with you. Harley's eyes narrowed playfully. Didn't answer the question, though. Maureen's cheeks heated. Of course not. I mean, he's nice, yeah, but he's your guy. You two are, together now. Harley chuckled, leaning against the wall again. Relax. I ain't accusing you of trying to steal my man. I just notice things, that's all. Things? Maureen repeated, wary. Like how you look at him sometimes. Same way you look at a warm blanket on a cold night. Comfort kinda look. Harley smirked. Ain't nothing wrong with that. He's the type you can lean on. Makes people feel safe. Maureen crossed her arms, trying to sound calm. I look at everyone like that. Harley snorted. Aha. Sure you do, Frosty. They stood there in the garage light. For once, Harley wasn't teasing to mock. Her tone had softened, curious but kind. Maureen shifted uncomfortably. Even if I did, which I don't, it doesn't matter. He helped me, gave me a home, food, and a job. That's not love. That's gratitude. Harley tilted her head, eyes warm now. Sometimes that's where it starts. Maureen swallowed hard, suddenly wishing she hadn't dropped her broom. You really gotta make everything weird, don't you? Harley laughed, pushing off the wall. Weird's my brand, sweetheart. Maureen huffed. Well, your brand needs boundaries. Harley winked. Nah, boundaries are for people who don't like fun. They both laughed, the tension fading a little. For a moment, it was just two misfits standing in the glow of the garage light, talking about love like it was something they both barely believed in. Then Harley reached over and ruffled Maureen's hair. Don't worry, Bluebell. I ain't gonna tell him. Girl talk's sacred. Maureen rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her smile. You're impossible. Yep, Harley said proudly. And lovable as hell. She walked out and stopped just before the door and turned back. Oh, just go for it if you want. She winked. What? Maureen was stunned. That way, we can be a big and happy family without any sexual tension between us, Harley said with a naughty smirk before walking out. John sat cross-legged on his bed, laptop open in front of him. On the screen were graphs, numbers, and a long list of transactions. Behind him, Harley and Maureen leaned in close, peeking over his shoulders like two nosy cats watching a laser pointer. "What's all this?" Harley asked, squinting at the monitor. "You doing taxes or hacking the Pentagon?" John didn't look up. "Neither. I'm selling some of my shares." Maureen tilted her head. "Shares? Like stocks?" "Yeah," John said. "Wayne Enterprises and Queen Consolidated. I've been investing for a while." Harley blinked. "Wait, this is why you were living like a broke hermit back in Fawcett City? You had money and just didn't use it?" "Pretty much," John said, clicking through another tab. "I used almost all my income to buy shares and reinvest. After that, all I could afford was a cheap apartment and instant noodles." Harley's jaw dropped. "You mean all this time you were actually playing Wall Street Wizard?" She then narrowed her eyes. "But you worked as a pizza delivery guy. So, how did you even get money to buy those shares? Like, ain't they uber expensive?" "Well, after I left Kondak, I kinda sneaked in that night and helped myself with the dictator's hidden vault and his bank account. Left the vault money for the people there so that they could start anew," John said. "How much was in that vault?" Harley asked, narrowing her eyes. "Enough to rebuild Kondak. Then I hacked into his account and transferred his money to my new account. With that money, I bought those shares. It was pretty easy," John said as he hit the final confirmation key. The screen blinked once, then refreshed. A new balance appeared. $50 million, post-tax transfer completed. Harley's eyes went wide. "Holy cream pies. That's $50 million. She grabbed his shoulders and shook him before snatching the laptop from his hand and looking at the numbers. "You're telling me we're sitting next to a $50 million man? John, baby, are you secretly Bruce Wayne's long-lost accountant?" He took the laptop back before she broke it. "Relax. It's not that much in the grand scheme of things. Besides, you already have a stash of, 15 million sitting in that old warehouse you call a closet." "That's different," Harley said, waving her hands. "That's our honeymoon money." Maureen's eye twitched. "Our what?" "Our honeymoon money," Harley repeated proudly. "You know, for when we all decide to go on vacation. Gotta have funds for important stuff." John looked back at her, suspicious. "We? And just to be specific, what kind of important stuff are you talking about?" "Ain't no fun if I tell you now," Harley said with a wink. Maureen smirked. "What about you, John? What's the big plan now?" John leaned back against his pillows, rubbing his chin. "All right, here's the plan. First, we buy a really nice house, probably a big mansion with a pool in the garden. And get this, a rooftop pool too. Think sunsets, cocktails, pool noodles, and loud music." Maureen smiled softly. "That actually sounds kinda amazing." Harley tapped her chin like she was considering something very important. "All right, my turn. I want 2 hyenas." John looked at her flatly. "Of course you do. Named Bud and Lou," Harley continued, counting on her fingers. "A swimming pool filled with whipped cream where I can dive in and make snow angels. And then you, big guy, can..." She gave him a sultry smile and licked her lips. "Harley." John cut her off, rubbing his forehead. "What?" "I was gonna say help clean up," she said with mock innocence, grinning. "You got a dirty mind, mister." Maureen coughed hard, almost choking on air. "You two are unbelievable." Harley waved her hand. "Oh, hush, Bluebell. I'm not done yet. I also want a golden pogo stick, disco lights all over the place, and a pink limo with fuzzy seats and a karaoke machine in the back. Gotta live in style, you know?" She leaned toward Maureen with a mischievous grin. "What about you, Frosty? What do you want?" Maureen smirked, sitting up straighter. "Honestly, I have everything I ever wanted." Harley tilted her head. "You sure? No fancy car? No private ice rink?" Maureen shook her head, smiling a little. "I've got a home, a bed, food, and people who actually care if I wake up in the morning. That's more than I ever had. Harley went quiet for a second, then smiled. A small, genuine one. Ah, Bluebell, you're gonna make me cry. She hugged her tightly for a moment before leaving her. John shook his head with a little smile. Alright, so mansion, rooftop pool, next is Pizza Empire expansion. We already have like 6 branches in Dakota. Next stop, Metropolis, Star City, and Fawcett. But Gotham's off the table. Too many complications there. Harley jumped up and did a little spin on the bed. No Gotham? Fine. But the whipped cream pool stays, and the hyenas, and the disco lights, and did I mention the pink limo? John groaned. Yes, Harley, you mentioned all that. Maureen leaned back, smiling as she watched the chaos unfold. Well, at least the money is in good hands. Even if one of you is planning a dessert-themed wildlife sanctuary on the side. Harley grinned, pointing at John. And that's why I love him. He says yes to everything. Eventually. Eventually being the key word here, John muttered under his breath. Harley plopped down between him and Maureen, her arms draped over both of them. All right, team. Mansion, pools, Pizza Empire, hyenas, whipped cream, disco lights, pink limo, ready to roll. John just rubbed his temples and sighed, wondering how his quiet financial plans had turned into a carnival. That afternoon, the trio huddled around John's laptop, clicking through listings and property websites. John had already filtered the options. Spacious, secure, with room for a rooftop pool, and hopefully not haunted. Harley had her own criteria, mostly revolving around how many animals the place could accommodate and whether whipped cream pools were structurally feasible. After an hour of scrolling and debating, they narrowed it down to 3 mansions. 2 were in Dakota City, both sprawling estates with manicured lawns and extravagant entrances. The third was in Star City, a modern glass and steel structure perched on a hill overlooking the city. All right, John said, rubbing his temples. We start with Dakota. We can check out Star City later. Harley clapped her hands. Road trip. City trip. Let's go look at palaces. Maureen rolled her eyes but smiled. You mean mansions? The drive to the first mansion was filled with Harley rattling off her dream features. The first Dakota mansion was a classic beauty. Large stone pillars framed the entrance, and the driveway twisted past fountains and topiary hedges. John parked, and the trio stepped out, stretching. Harley immediately darted toward the backyard. Pool. Check. Room for whipped cream experiments. She spun around, arms outstretched. Oh, and if we put a slide here, it can go straight into the pool. Genius idea, right? Maureen wandered through the gardens, appreciating the landscaping. It's big and beautiful. John shook his head, smiling. Okay, yes, this is promising, but the interior matters too. Inside, the mansion was a mix of classical elegance and modern amenities. High ceilings, polished floors, and a massive chandelier in the main hall. Harley was already imagining it as her personal playground. This is perfect, she declared, flopping dramatically onto a velvet chaise lounge. Imagine me twirling around here in disco lights. Bud and Lou could patrol the halls. They explored the upstairs, discovering a library, multiple guest rooms, and a master suite with a balcony overlooking the gardens. All right, John said once the tour ended. Mansion 1 is a contender. Let's see the second one. He gave the keys to the caretaker before they left for their next destination. The second Dakota mansion was more modern, with a futuristic design. Harley ran straight to the garage. Oh, room for the pink limo and maybe a few sports cars. The interior was minimalist with white walls, glass panels, and a huge open living space. The kitchen had a massive island, perfect for cooking or experiments. The backyard had space for a pool, though not quite as big as the first. This one's nice, Maureen said. Less cluttered, easier to maintain. Could be good for long term. Harley, however, was torn. But the first one has vibes. This one got a little pool, but the house is awesome. Plus the big garage. Alright, how about we make a trip to the Star City? If we leave now, we'll be there by around 6. We can enjoy the night there. I heard there is a carnival going on the Star City. So, plus the fun. And in the morning, we can check out the property and be back home by noon, John said after thinking for a bit. Harley jumped on his back. Yay! Road trip. Let's go, let's go. Dr. Fate sat cross-legged in his chamber. The golden helm of Nabu hovered in front of him, its faint hum filling the air like a low chant. For months now, he had been haunted by fragments of short, chaotic glimpses of the future that vanished before he could grasp their meaning. Tonight, he sought clarity. Show me, he murmured, voice calm but edged with tension. Show me what waits ahead. The world around him began to dissolve into golden mist. The helm pulsed brighter, and then the vision struck him like a wave. At first, they were flashes, scattered and violent. Kondak, engulfed in fire. A shadow rose from beneath its sands. It was a creature of pure malice, older than civilization itself. Its roar tore through the sky as the ground split open. Then came the spreading corruption. Black veins of darkness crawling across the globe, poisoning everything they touched. The sun dimmed until it became nothing but a faint ember. The world fell under crimson twilight. Fate saw heroes fighting desperately. Wonder Woman's sword blazing as she cut through hordes of corrupted creatures. Batman's weapons kept the demons at bay for a moment. But soon he too got overrun, Green Lantern's light flickering weakly against an endless storm. A giant demon tore Hawkman in half. And then Superman, hovering above the broken earth, his cape tattered, his strength fading without the sun's warmth. He struck with all that remained of him, but the darkness swallowed him too. The helm's voice echoed inside his mind, calm but grim. It is not yet the end, but the path is set. Before he could respond, the second vision hit. It was a different time stream. The world was ash. The air itself burned. Now he saw a man in a black suit kneeling on scorched ground. A golden thunderbolt glowed weakly on his chest. Around him were the bodies of those he had fought beside, those he had loved. Fate knew that man. He was the one who freed Kondak and helped the heroes during the bomb incident. Harley Quinn lay before him. She was also wearing the same suit as the man, with a thunderbolt on her chest. She coughed out blood. Her hand trembled as she reached for his cheek. Blood streaked her fingers. She smiled faintly before her hand dropped. Beside her lay Diana, sword shattered, and Maxine, her eyes open but lifeless. The man's shoulders shook. Thunder crashed around him as he touched Harley's cheek. The black suit dissolved into golden threads, merging with his body. The ancient demon stood amidst the ruins of Kondak, wreathed in flame and shadow. Its laughter echoed through the void. No one can defeat me. A girl with blue skin, wearing the same black suit as that man, flew toward the demon, firing shards of ice and lightning from her hands. Her eyes burned with rage and sorrow. Then everything shattered. Ha! Fate gasped and opened his eyes. His chamber returned, but his pulse was racing. Sweat ran down his neck. The helmet of Nabu spoke in his mind, its voice calm yet heavy. It has begun. The trials of the chosen one. Fate flew down and stood on the floor before he walked over to the window and looked outside. It was raining hard with occasional thunder. Then we have little time left, he said quietly. Let's go back a few years. The Rock of Eternity. Don't choose him, Barry gasped. Don't choose Billy Batson. The wizard stood, confused. What are you talking about, mortal? They kill everyone. Superman. SHAZAM. They destroy the world. Barry tried to explain everything. But time doesn't like interference. A roar filled the chamber. A black portal opened behind Barry. Time wraiths appeared, shadows with claws born to protect the timeline. They reached for him. Barry grabbed the wizard's robe. Please, find someone else. Don't choose Billy Batson. Then he was gone. dragged into the void, screaming. The wizard pondered those words for years. He searched the hearts of millions, seeking one worthy, one pure enough to bear the power. None were. Until he found him, a slave in Kondak, John Mason, broken, beaten, but unyielding. His heart burned with defiance, not greed. His soul, though scarred, still carried the spark of justice. In the face of death, he fought bravely, trying to save Luna, knowing very well that there was no escape. Yes, SHAZAM murmured as he gazed into the pool of eternity. You could be the one. The guards raised their guns. It was time. But before he could summon the lightning to bring John to the rock, the chamber shuddered. A crimson light filled the air. From the flames stepped a woman with eyes like molten gold and hair that flowed like living fire. "Father," she said, "still meddling in mortal destinies?" "Blaze," SHAZAM warned, rising from his throne. "This path is not yours." "Oh, but it is," she said, circling him with a sly smile. "You think you can claim another champion without me noticing? That power is my birthright, but you abandoned us, deprived me of what's mine. Now look at you, so weak and old. I'll plunge this world into darkness and rip that power out of you myself." Lightning flashed across her palms, red and divine. "I'll be taking your champion for myself. So much rage and agony. He's the perfect candidate to fulfill my dream." SHAZAM's eyes narrowed. "No, you didn't." She smiled wider. "I did." Outside the rock, a storm tore through the desert. In the heart of Kondak, a Ting man grabbed the old staff. "SHAZAM!" The sky split open and a bolt of lightning struck him down. Blaze turned back to her father with a cruel smile. "Your chosen one is no longer yours, old man. He belongs to me now." SHAZAM's grip on his staff tightened. The seals around the chamber flickered. "You've doomed us all," he said. Blaze only laughed, her fire spreading across the walls. "No, father, I've only begun." And with that, she vanished in a blaze of red flame. The wizard stood alone once more, the echo of thunder rolling through the rock of eternity. He looked toward the pool where John's reflection shimmered in black lightning. "The champion of wrath," SHAZAM whispered. "And yet, perhaps, still a spark of hope remains." He sank back into his throne, weary beyond measure. The lightning within the staff dimmed to a faint pulse. The rock of eternity, present time. The cavernous halls of the rock of eternity were silent as usual. The old wizard SHAZAM sat on his throne, hunched and weary. His beard had grown long, streaked with silver. His once bright eyes now dimmed with centuries of burden. The great staff rested across his knees, glowing faintly. Around him stood the empty thrones. The magical seals that held the 7 deadly sins trembled faintly within their statues. Tiny fractures spidered along the ancient stone. A whisper of malice escaped into the chamber like a faint hiss of smoke. The air grew heavier with every breath. SHAZAM closed his eyes. He could feel the corruption spreading beyond his sanctuary. Weak at first, but growing. The world was stirring again. Evil was learning to walk. He gripped the staff and raised it toward the shimmering pool before him. The surface rippled, then formed an image. A man, John Mason. He stood in the bright glow of carnival lights, holding a cup of soda in one hand and trying very hard not to look like he was enjoying himself. Harley Quinn clung to his arm, dragging him toward the nearest game booth, eyes sparkling with mischief. Maureen followed behind them, sipping a milkshake and pretending not to laugh. The wizard watched in silence as the trio wove through the bustling carnival. "Come on, big guy, it's just balloons," Harley said, bouncing on her toes as she pointed at the dart-throwing booth. "You hit all 10, you get a giant stuffed panda. Tell me you don't want that." John crossed his arms. "No." "Ah, come on, please. For me, I'll kiss you if you can hit all 10. She gave him her best puppy eyes. John shook his head. "Fine." He picked up the darts, flicked his wrist, and popped every balloon in less than 10 seconds. The booth operator blinked. Yeah, okay, pick your prize. Harley whooped, nearly jumping onto the counter. Ah, that's my boy. She grabbed the oversized panda plush and hugged it like it was her own child. We're gonna call him Fluffy. They moved on through the carnival. Harley spotted a Ferris wheel and gasped. We're going up there. John raised an eyebrow. You're afraid of heights. Correction, Harley said, pointing at him. I'm afraid of falling. Heights are just misunderstood. Maureen smirked. That logic tracks. When the trio finally reached the Ferris wheel, Harley somehow convinced the operator to let all three of them share one car. Despite John's size and the giant panda plush, the result was cramped chaos. Halfway up, Harley started rocking the car back and forth, laughing. Look, we're flying. Maureen clung to the bar, eyes wide. Stop. You're going to get us killed. John held onto Harley's coat collar like a leash. If you flip us, I'm leaving you up here. Ah, you wouldn't dare, Harley teased. You love me too much. Maureen muttered under her breath. That's debatable. SHAZAM watched the laughter frozen in the vision. He saw Harley's grin, Maureen's hesitant smile, and John's quiet, unguarded expression. For the first time in years, the man who had once been nothing but rage and sorrow looked at peace. He has the power to rule the world, yet he never uses it to do any bad things. He just lives a quiet yet happy life with his new family. The wizard sighed. Even the blessed cannot hide from destiny. He turned his gaze to the glowing seals. The fractures widened. The whispering grew louder. The world was trembling again. SHAZAM slammed his staff on the ground, and a wave of divine lightning swept over the place, sealing the cracks once again. You shall not corrupt this world. Lightning crackled faintly across the chamber walls, and the pool went dark. John stirred his coffee while Harley was already halfway through her pancakes. Maureen quietly sipped her tea. The small cafe buzzed with chatter, but their table felt like its own little bubble. So, Harley said with her mouth full, that mansion up on the hill? Total dream house. Big rooms, killer view, fancy staircase for dramatic entrances. Only problem, it's like 10 miles away from civilization. John nodded. Yup, too isolated. But I think it's perfect for vacations. Harley leaned forward, tapping her fork against her plate. So we get the Dakota one for home base and this one for playtime. Easy peasy. Maureen looked up. That's 2 mansions. Exactly. Harley said, grinning. Twice the luxury, twice the chaos. John gave her a look. That's not how budgets work. Harley leaned back, crossing her arms. Says the guy with $50 million. Maureen hid a smile behind her cup. John sighed and looked at her. What do you think? She blinked. Me? Yeah, your family now. Your opinion counts. Maureen hesitated. I think both sounds kind of nice. This one is for when we want a little vacation, the Dakota one for our daily living. Harley pointed at her. See? Bluebell gets it. John thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, we'll buy both. Harley let out a cheer loud enough to make the waiter jump. That's my man. We're going mansion shopping. 15 minutes later, they had finished breakfast, paid the bill, and were already on their way to the real estate office. The dealer nearly dropped his pen when Harley insisted they buy the property on the spot. By noon, the paperwork was done. The keys were theirs, and Harley had already claimed the poolside bedroom for creative purposes. John handled the legal side. Maureen made sure Harley didn't sign anything in crayon, and somehow it all worked out. When they stepped outside, Harley threw her arms around both of them. 1 mansion down, 1 to go. John smiled faintly. Dakota next. Maureen nodded. Let's make it official. But first thing first, Harley said with her usual mischievous grin. Secure the mansion. Harley dragged John and Maureen to a shady shop downtown. She bought traps, a toolbox, locks, and security cameras for half the market price. The guy behind the counter had a scar, one eye, and a parrot that kept yelling, "Boom!" every few minutes. Harley haggled like a pro and somehow walked out with top-notch gear for the price of a dinner bill. "Don't ask where he gets his stuff," Harley said as they loaded the car. "Just smile and nod. Pretty sure some of those were military grade," Maureen muttered, eyeing the pile of gadgets. John checked one of the motion sensors. "At least the equipment's solid. See? Mr. Serious approves," Harley said, giving him a slap on the back. They spent the rest of the day working around the mansion. Harley laid traps with the enthusiasm of a kid decorating for Halloween. Pressure plates by the windows, tripwires in the hallways, paint bombs above the doors. Every few minutes she'd yell, "Don't step there," right after someone already had. Maureen handled the locks, replacing every knob and deadbolt with new hardware. She even numbered them to keep track. "If we survive Harley's security system, we'll be fine." John climbed ladders, drilling in cameras and linking them to his laptop. He checked the feeds, adjusted angles, and ran tests. Harley waved at the lens every time one turned on, making faces until John told her to move. By evening, the place looked like a fortress built by a hyperactive clown and two perfectionists. Harley wiped sweat from her forehead. "Home sweet booby-trapped home." John did a final sweep on the monitors. "Everything's active. No one's breaking in." A few minutes later, "Perfect," Harley said, pulling something from her jacket pocket with a sly grin. She walked over to Maureen, who was standing near the kitchen area. "Now, for the final test." Maureen looked suspicious. "What test?" "The prank test," Harley said, holding up a small green bottle labeled Mega Stink Ultra Gas. "Harley," Maureen warned.
"No."
"Oh, come on. Just a bit? It's science," she said. "We gotta see if the air sensors pick up toxins." "That's not a toxin," Maureen whispered. "That's chemical warfare." Harley giggled and snuck up behind John while he was checking the front door sensor. With the stealth of a cartoon character, she gave one quick spray behind him. The result was instant. John froze. His face went from calm to absolute horror. "What is that smell?" Harley was already running upstairs, laughing. "Tee-hee-hee." "Harley!" John yelled. "Oh my God! You are dead." He ran after her. Maureen gagged. "Oh my God! It's like rotten eggs and a dumpster had a baby." She was about to open the window when she realized that everything was booby-trapped. "Harley, I don't want to say this, but I'm gonna freeze your ass." She also ran after Harley. Upstairs, Harley bolted down the hall, cackling like she'd just robbed Fort Knox. "You'll never take me alive," she shouted, vaulting over a sofa and landing on the railing with cat-like balance. "Harley, stop running on the furniture," Maureen yelled, chasing after her. "Can't catch what you can't corner, Frosty." Harley flipped off the railing and landed perfectly on her feet, sticking her tongue out. "Lee!" John came in from the other side of the hall, blocking her path. "End of the line." She grinned. "Oh, really?" He lunged. She ducked, slid between his legs, and smacked his boot on the way out. "Too slow, Thunder Boy." John spun around, coughing through laughter. "You're lucky I don't throw lightning indoors." Yeah, Harley said, hopping onto the banister and walking along it like a tightrope. "Rules, rules, rules. You two are no fun." Maureen grabbed a pillow from a chair and chucked it at her. Harley dodged, the pillow smacking John in the face instead. He blinked, deadpan. "Thanks, Maureen." "Sorry," she said, trying not to laugh. Harley was already sprinting into one of the bedrooms. She slammed the door, locked it, and yelled, "I claim this territory in the name of chaos." John tried the handle. Harley opened the door. "Nope." He sighed and looked at Maureen. "You want to do the honors?" Maureen smirked. "Gladly." She placed her hand on the doorknob. Frost spread just enough to make it brittle but not enough to wreck it. One twist and snap later, The door creaked open. Harley stood on the bed, holding a toy gun shaped like a dragon. Back, foul mortals. This beast sprays justice. When the hell did you buy that? John asked. He had a bad feeling about that gun. Wouldn't you like to know? She grinned. Maureen took one step forward, unimpressed. You wouldn't. Oh, I would, Harley said and fired. A stream of glitter shot straight into John's chest. He froze, looked down, then up. You sprayed me with glitter. Magical glitter, Harley declared proudly. Non-toxic, super shiny. Lasts for days. John wipes some off, sparkling like a disco ball. Maureen, use your power and kindly freeze her ass. With pleasure. Maureen cracked her knuckles. Harley gasped dramatically. Traitor. The two advanced. Harley backflipped off the bed, rolled, and dashed down the hall again, still laughing. John chased from one side, Maureen from the other. Harley, stop running. Never. She slid under a coffee table, popped up behind a curtain, and when they turned, she yelled, "Boo!" Maureen shrieked and shot a tiny ice spray that missed Harley by an inch and froze a lampshade solid. Oh no! Sorry. Sorry. Harley couldn't stop laughing. Best night ever. Finally, John caught her by the waist mid-sprint. They both crashed onto the couch, Harley still giggling uncontrollably. Okay, truce. He flipped her down from the couch and onto the floor before climbing on top of her and pinning her arms above her head. Both were breathing hard. Maureen stopped with her hands on her knees, huffing. Ah, phew. Okay, finally. She slumped down on the couch. Harley blinked up at him, still half laughing and breathless. Her cheeks turned pink when she realized how close they were. John's weight pressed her down, his hands holding her wrists above her head. Well, she said with a crooked grin, trying to mask the flutter in her chest. If you wanted me under you, big guy, you could have just asked. John raised an eyebrow, smirking. Flirting won't save you this time. She tilted her head, eyes glinting. Worked before. Not this time, he said, leaning closer. Their lips were barely an inch or two apart. His tone carried mock authority, but there was a flicker of a smirk tugging at his lips. Harley blinked up at him, her grin faltering for a second. Something about his closeness made her pulse jump. You sure about that? She teased, but her voice wasn't as steady now. I've got moves. His eyes were narrowing with mock seriousness. Yeah? Like what? Harley bit her lip, pretending to think. For starters, I could promise not to prank you for a whole day. Not enough. 2 days. Nope. She squirmed a little, laughing nervously. Fine. A week. You know how hard that is for me. John's smirk widened. Tempting offer. But I've got a better idea. Harley blinked. Oh. John glanced toward Maureen, who was catching her breath on the couch. Hey, Maureen. The pool's got water, right? Maureen looked up, suspicious. Yeah, why? Make it freeze. Like a slushie. Harley's eyes widened. Wait, what? No, hold up. He grinned. Then we're dumping her in it. Maureen burst out laughing. Oh, I am so in. She stood and stretched her arms, blue frost already dancing across her fingertips. Traitors! Both of you! Harley shouted, wriggling beneath John's grip. You can't just, hey, wait, no freezing the pool. That's cruel and unusual punishment. John finally stood, pulling her up by the arm and threw her over his shoulder as she kicked and protested. You brought this on yourself, prank queen. Harley kicked her legs in the air and pouted, but smiling through it. You're all just jealous of my creative genius. Creative, Maureen said. You gassed us with mega stink and then glittered him. Exactly. Memorable. Harley shot back. John chuckled, already heading for the door. Come on. You can argue your case while you're turning into a popsicle. Harley groaned dramatically. I regret nothing. Good. John said as he opened the door with his free hand. You'll have plenty of time to think about that while you're cooling off. And as the saying goes, Marouin said while spinning an ice shard on top of her finger, justice is served cold. 2 days later, Harley's birthday, homeless shelter near the church. The shelter's courtyard smelled like melted cheese and frosting. Laughter echoed off the brick walls as kids ran between the folding tables, their hands full of pizza slices and balloons. Harley stood in the middle of it all, wearing a bright red jacket and a ridiculous birthday hat shaped like a crown. "Behold!" she shouted, spreading her arms dramatically. "The Queen of Chaos commands that everyone gets extra pepperoni." The crowd cheered. A few of the volunteers clapped and laughed. John stood nearby, loading more boxes of pizza onto the tables. Maureen carried a tray of cupcakes, frosting carefully swirled in pastel colors. "You sure you want this many sweets out here?" she asked. "Last time you gave the kids sugar, one of them tried to skateboard off a dumpster." Harley grinned. "That was awesome. He stuck the landing." John gave her a look. "He broke his arm." "Details," Harley said, waving it off. She leaned closer and whispered, "Besides, you were the one who bought the skateboard." He sighed but couldn't hide a small smile. "Yeah, that was my mistake." Harley tapped his chest with her finger. "Ah, don't act all grumpy, birthday assistant. You're supposed to be having fun." He raised an eyebrow. "I thought this was your birthday." "Exactly. And my wish is for everyone to have a good time." Maureen set down the tray and folded her arms. "You're actually good at this, you know. The kids love you." "Of course they do," Harley said proudly. "I'm like Santa, but funnier. More dangerous too," John added. "Hey, that's what keeps things interesting," she said, winking. A little girl tugged on Harley's sleeve. "Miss Harley, can I have another cupcake?" Harley crouched down. "You can have 2, sugar bug. It's my birthday, so calories don't count." The girl giggled and ran off. Harley watched her go, her grin softening into something more genuine. For a second, the noise around her faded. The joy in that courtyard wasn't chaos. It was peace. John noticed her quiet moment. "You're really something, you know that?" She looked up, blinking. "What? Because I can hand out pizza without setting anything on fire?" SHAZAM closed his eyes. He could feel the corruption spreading beyond his sanctuary. Weak at first, but growing. The world was stirring again. Evil was learning to walk. He gripped the staff and raised it toward the shimmering pool before him. The surface rippled, then formed an image. A man. John Mason. He stood in the bright glow of carnival lights, holding a cup of soda in one hand and trying very hard not to look like he was enjoying himself. Harley Quinn clung to his arm, dragging him toward the nearest game booth, eyes sparkling with mischief. Maureen followed behind them, sipping a milkshake and pretending not to laugh. The wizard watched in silence as the trio wove through the bustling carnival. "Come on, big guy, it's just balloons," Harley said, bouncing on her toes as she pointed at the dart-throwing booth. "You hit all 10, you get a giant stuffed panda. Tell me you don't want that." John crossed his arms. "No." "Ah, come on, please. For me, I'll kiss you if you can hit all 10. She gave him her best puppy eyes. John shook his head. "Fine." He picked up the darts, flicked his wrist, and popped every balloon in less than 10 seconds. The booth operator blinked. Yeah, okay, pick your prize." Harley hooped, nearly jumping onto the counter. "Ah, that's my boy." She grabbed the oversized panda plush and hugged it like it was her own child. "We're gonna call him Fluffy." They moved on through the carnival. Harley spotted a Ferris wheel and gasped. "We're going up there." John raised an eyebrow. "You're afraid of heights." "Correction," Harley said, pointing at him. "I'm afraid of falling. Heights are just misunderstood." Maureen smirked. "That logic tracks." When the trio finally reached the Ferris wheel, Harley somehow convinced the operator to let all three of them share one car. Despite John's size and the giant panda plush, the result was cramped chaos. Halfway up, Harley started rocking the car back and forth, laughing. "Look, we're flying." Maureen clung to the bar, eyes wide. "Stop! You're going to get us killed." John held onto Harley's coat collar like a leash. "If you flip us, I'm leaving you up here." "Ah, you wouldn't dare," Harley teased. "You love me too much," Maureen muttered under her breath. "That's debatable." SHAZAM watched the laughter frozen in the vision. He saw Harley's grin, Maureen's hesitant smile, and John's quiet, unguarded expression. For the first time in years, the man who had once been nothing but rage and sorrow looked at peace. He has the power to rule the world, yet he never uses it to do any bad things. He just lives a quiet yet happy life with his new family. The wizard sighed. Even the blessed cannot hide from destiny. He turned his gaze to the glowing seals. The fractures widened. The whispering grew louder. The world was trembling again. SHAZAM slammed his staff on the ground, and a wave of divine lightning swept over the place, sealing the cracks once again. "You shall not corrupt this world." Lightning crackled faintly across the chamber walls, and the pool went dark. John stirred his coffee while Harley was already halfway through her pancakes. Maureen quietly sipped her tea. The small cafe buzzed with chatter, but their table felt like its own little bubble. "So," Harley said with her mouth full, "that mansion up on the hill? Total dream house. Big rooms, killer view, fancy staircase for dramatic entrances. Only problem, it's like 10 miles away from civilization." John nodded. "Yup, too isolated. But I think it's perfect for vacations." Harley leaned forward, tapping her fork against her plate. "So we get the Dakota one for home base and this one for playtime. Easy peasy." Maureen looked up. "That's 2 mansions." "Exactly," Harley said, grinning. "Twice the luxury, twice the chaos." John gave her a look. "That's not how budgets work." Harley leaned back, crossing her arms. "Says the guy with $50 million. Maureen hid a smile behind her cup. John sighed and looked at her. "What do you think?" She blinked. "Me? Yeah, your family now. Your opinion counts." Maureen hesitated. "I think both sounds kind of nice. This one is for when we want a little vacation, the Dakota one for our daily living." Harley pointed at her. "See? Bluebell gets it." John thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, we'll buy both." Harley let out a cheer loud enough to make the waiter jump. "That's my man. We're going mansion shopping." 15 minutes later, they had finished breakfast, paid the bill, and were already on their way to the real estate office. The dealer nearly dropped his pen when Harley insisted they buy the property on the spot. By noon, the paperwork was done. The keys were theirs, and Harley had already claimed the poolside bedroom for creative purposes. John handled the legal side. Maureen made sure Harley didn't sign anything in crayon, and somehow it all worked out. When they stepped outside, Harley threw her arms around both of them. "One mansion down, one to go." John smiled faintly. "Dakota next." Maureen nodded. "Let's make it official." "But first thing first," Harley said with her usual mischievous grin. "Secure the mansion." Harley dragged John and Maureen to a shady shop downtown. She bought traps, a toolbox, locks, and security cameras for half the market price. The guy behind the counter had a scar, one eye, and a parrot that kept yelling, "Boom!" every few minutes. Harley haggled like a pro and somehow walked out with top-notch gear for the price of a dinner bill. "Don't ask where he gets his stuff," Harley said as they loaded the car. "Just smile and nod." "Pretty sure some of those were military grade," Maureen muttered, eyeing the pile of gadgets. John checked one of the motion sensors. "At least the equipment's solid." "See? Mr. Serious approves," Harley said, giving him a slap on the back. They spent the rest of the day working around the mansion. Harley laid traps with the enthusiasm of a kid decorating for Halloween. Pressure plates by the windows, tripwires in the hallways, paint bombs above the doors. Every few minutes she'd yell, "Don't step there," right after someone already had. Maureen handled the locks, replacing every knob and deadbolt with new hardware. She even numbered them to keep track. "If we survive Harley's security system, we'll be fine." John climbed ladders, drilling in cameras and linking them to his laptop. He checked the feeds, adjusted angles, and ran tests. Harley waved at the lens every time one turned on, making faces until John told her to move. By evening, the place looked like a fortress built by a hyperactive clown and two perfectionists. Harley wiped sweat from her forehead. "Home sweet booby-trapped home." John did a final sweep on the monitors. "Everything's active. No one's breaking in." A few minutes later, "Perfect," Harley said, pulling something from her jacket pocket with a sly grin. She walked over to Maureen, who was standing near the kitchen area. "Now, for the final test." Maureen looked suspicious. "What test?" "The prank test," Harley said, holding up a small green bottle labeled Mega Stink Ultra Gas. "Harley," Maureen warned.
"No."
"Oh, come on. Just a bit? It's science," she said. "We gotta see if the air sensors pick up toxins." "That's not a toxin," Maureen whispered. "That's chemical warfare." Harley giggled and snuck up behind John while he was checking the front door sensor. With the stealth of a cartoon character, she gave one quick spray behind him. The result was instant. John froze. His face went from calm to absolute horror. "What is that smell?" Harley was already running upstairs, laughing. "Tee-hee-hee." "Harley!" John yelled. "Oh my God! You are dead." He ran after her. Maureen gagged. "Oh my God! It's like rotten eggs and a dumpster had a baby." She was about to open the window when she realized that everything was booby-trapped. "Harley, I don't want to say this, but I'm gonna freeze your ass." She also ran after Harley. Upstairs, Harley bolted down the hall, cackling like she'd just robbed Fort Knox. "You'll never take me alive," she shouted, vaulting over a sofa and landing on the railing with cat-like balance. "Harley, stop running on the furniture," Maureen yelled, chasing after her. "Can't catch what you can't corner, Frosty." Harley flipped off the railing and landed perfectly on her feet, sticking her tongue out. "Lee!" John came in from the other side of the hall, blocking her path. "End of the line." She grinned. "Oh, really?" He lunged. She ducked, slid between his legs, and smacked his boot on the way out. "Too slow, Thunder Boy." John spun around, coughing through laughter. "You're lucky I don't throw lightning indoors." Yeah, Harley said, hopping onto the banister and walking along it like a tightrope. "Rules, rules, rules. You two are no fun." Maureen grabbed a pillow from a chair and chucked it at her. Harley dodged, the pillow smacking John in the face instead. He blinked, deadpan. "Thanks, Maureen." "Sorry," she said, trying not to laugh. Harley was already sprinting into one of the bedrooms. She slammed the door, locked it, and yelled, "I claim this territory in the name of chaos." John tried the handle. Harley opened the door. "Nope." He sighed and looked at Maureen. "You want to do the honors?" Maureen smirked. "Gladly." She placed her hand on the doorknob. Frost spread just enough to make it brittle but not enough to wreck it. One twist and snap later, the door creaked open. Harley stood on the bed, holding a toy gun shaped like a dragon. "Back, foul mortals. This beast sprays justice." "When the hell did you buy that?" John asked. He had a bad feeling about that gun. "Wouldn't you like to know?" She grinned. Maureen took one step forward, unimpressed. "You wouldn't." "Oh, I would," Harley said and fired. A stream of glitter shot straight into John's chest. He froze, looked down, then up. "You sprayed me with glitter. Magical glitter," Harley declared proudly. "Non-toxic, super shiny. Lasts for days." John wiped some off, sparkling like a disco ball. Maureen, use your power and kindly freeze her ass. With pleasure. Maureen cracked her knuckles. Harley gasped dramatically. Traitor! The two advanced. Harley backflipped off the bed, rolled, and dashed down the hall again, still laughing. John chased from one side, Maureen from the other. Harley, stop running. Never. She slid under a coffee table, popped up behind a curtain, and when they turned, she yelled, "Boo!" Maureen shrieked and shot a tiny ice spray that missed Harley by an inch and froze a lampshade solid. Oh no! Sorry. Sorry. Harley couldn't stop laughing. Best night ever. Finally, John caught her by the waist mid-sprint. They both crashed onto the couch, Harley still giggling uncontrollably. Okay, truce. He flipped her down from the couch and onto the floor before climbing on top of her and pinning her arms above her head. Both were breathing hard. Maureen stopped with her hands on her knees, huffing. Ah, phew. Okay, finally. She slumped down on the couch. Harley blinked up at him, still half laughing and breathless. Her cheeks turned pink when she realized how close they were. John's weight pressed her down, his hands holding her wrists above her head. Well, she said with a crooked grin, trying to mask the flutter in her chest. If you wanted me under you, big guy, you could have just asked. John raised an eyebrow, smirking. Flirting won't save you this time. She tilted her head, eyes glinting. Worked before. Not this time, he said, leaning closer. Their lips were barely an inch or two apart. His tone carried mock authority, but there was a flicker of a smirk tugging at his lips. Harley blinked up at him, her grin faltering for a second. Something about his closeness made her pulse jump. You sure about that? She teased, but her voice wasn't as steady now. I've got moves. His eyes were narrowing with mock seriousness. Yeah? Like what? Harley bit her lip, pretending to think. For starters, I could promise not to prank you for a whole day. Not enough. 2 days. Nope. She squirmed a little, laughing nervously. Fine. A week. You know how hard that is for me. John's smirk widened. Tempting offer. But I've got a better idea. Harley blinked. Oh. John glanced toward Maureen, who was catching her breath on the couch. Hey, Maureen. The pool's got water, right? Maureen looked up, suspicious. Yeah, why? Make it freeze. Like a slushie. Harley's eyes widened. Wait, what? No, hold up. He grinned. Then we're dumping her in it. Maureen burst out laughing. Oh, I am so in. She stood and stretched her arms, blue frost already dancing across her fingertips. Traitors, both of you, Harley shouted, wriggling beneath John's grip. You can't just, hey, wait, no freezing the pool. That's cruel and unusual punishment. John finally stood, pulling her up by the arm and threw her over his shoulder as she kicked and protested. You brought this on yourself, prank queen. Harley kicked her legs in the air and pouted, but smiling through it. You're all just jealous of my creative genius. Creative, Maureen said. You gassed us with mega stink and then glittered him. Exactly. Memorable. Harley shot back. John chuckled, already heading for the door. Come on. You can argue your case while you're turning into a popsicle. Harley groaned dramatically. I regret nothing. Good, John said as he opened the door with his free hand. You'll have plenty of time to think about that while you're cooling off. And as the saying goes, Marouin said while spinning an ice shard on top of her finger. Justice is served cold. 2 days later, Harley's birthday. Homeless shelter near the church. The shelter's courtyard smelled like melted cheese and frosting. Laughter echoed off the brick walls as kids ran between the folding tables, their hands full of pizza slices and balloons. Harley stood in the middle of it all, wearing a bright red jacket and a ridiculous birthday hat shaped like a crown. Behold, she shouted, spreading her arms dramatically. The Queen of Chaos commands that everyone gets extra pepperoni. The crowd cheered. A few of the volunteers clapped and laughed. John stood nearby, loading more boxes of pizza onto the tables. Maureen carried a tray of cupcakes, frosting carefully swirled in pastel colors. "You sure you want this many sweets out here?" she asked. "Last time you gave the kids sugar, one of them tried to skateboard off a dumpster." Harley grinned. "That was awesome. He stuck the landing." John gave her a look. "He broke his arm." "Details," Harley said, waving it off. She leaned closer and whispered, "Besides, you were the one who bought the skateboard." He sighed but couldn't hide a small smile. "Yeah, that was my mistake." Harley tapped his chest with her finger. "Ah, don't act all grumpy, birthday assistant. You're supposed to be having fun." He raised an eyebrow. "I thought this was your birthday." "Exactly. And my wish is for everyone to have a good time." Maureen set down the tray and folded her arms. "You're actually good at this, you know. The kids love you." "Of course they do," Harley said proudly. "I'm like Santa, but funnier. More dangerous too," John added. "Hey, that's what keeps things interesting," she said, winking. A little girl tugged on Harley's sleeve. "Miss Harley, can I have another cupcake?" Harley crouched down. "You can have 2, Sugarbug. It's my birthday, so calories don't count." The girl giggled and ran off. Harley watched her go, her grin softening into something more genuine. For a second, the noise around her faded. The joy in that courtyard wasn't chaos. It was peace. John noticed her quiet moment. "You're really something, you know that?" She looked up, blinking. "What? Because I can hand out pizza without setting anything on fire?" "Because you're making people happy," he said simply. Harley opened her mouth, then closed it. Her expression softened. "Guess I learned from the best." Maureen looked up from helping a group of teens with the drink coolers. "Oh no, you two getting sentimental again? I'm allergic to that." Harley smirked. "You'll live, Frosty." A cheer rose from the kids as John carried over another stack of pizza boxes. Harley grabbed a megaphone from one of the tables and yelled, "All right, party people. Next event, balloon animals." Within minutes, Harley was surrounded by kids, twisting balloons into wild shapes with a level of focus that would have made a surgeon jealous. "All right, this one's a giraffe," she said, handing a long yellow balloon to a boy who squinted at it. "Okay, maybe it's a banana that had a growth spurt. Use your imagination." The boy laughed and ran off. Harley wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, then started another one, humming off-key as the line of children grew longer. Across the courtyard, John was stacking paper plates while Maureen handed out slices of pizza to the adults sitting near the tables. Some of them were bundled in old coats, their faces worn but smiling. Every now and then, someone thanked them quietly. John always nodded and said, "Eat as much as you want," like he meant it. Maureen handed a man a cupcake and glanced toward Harley. "You know," she said, "I really thought she was going to ask you to marry her today." John looked up, surprised. "What?" Maureen shrugged, grabbing another plate. "It's her birthday, and you two have that thing. The tension. I figured she'd pull something dramatic. Public proposal. Fireworks. Maybe a marching band." John chuckled under his breath. "Sounds like her." "Yeah, but instead she did this," Maureen said, nodding toward the courtyard. "Feeding people. Making balloon animals. I didn't expect that from her." John watched Harley for a moment. She was kneeling beside a group of kids, blowing up a balloon with so much air that her cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk's. When it popped, she yelped, and the kids burst into laughter. She laughed with them, no embarrassment, no mask, just joy. "She's full of surprises," John said. Maureen smiled faintly. "You love her." He didn't answer right away. He just kept watching Harley, the way the light hit her hair, the way she made the world brighter even when it didn't deserve it. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Ido." Harley looked up at that moment, spotted them watching her, and grinned wide before waving a balloon sword in their direction. "Hey, you two, stop flirting and come help me with these balloons." 8 p.m. Above JHM Pizza. The lights were warm and low, filling the apartment with a cozy golden glow. A giant cake sat in the middle of the dining table, layered in chocolate and covered in bright pink frosting that read in bold letters, "Happy birthday, Harley." Glitter sprinkles everywhere because of course there were. John adjusted a few plates and checked the drinks again, making sure everything was ready. He'd even hung a string of lights across the windows. For a man who claimed not to care about birthdays, he'd gone all in. Harley twirled around in her red and black dress, looking at the setup with wide eyes. "Okay, big guy, spill it. Who are these mystery guests you keep teasing me about?" John smirked while straightening a stack of napkins. "It's a surprise." She squinted.
A surprise?
"For me? You know I hate waiting." He raised an eyebrow. "You said that about Christmas and still opened your gifts early." "Exactly," she said, pointing at him. "Which means I'm consistent." John just shook his head. "You'll see soon enough." Harley crossed her arms with a mock pout. "Fine. But since you're playing it all secretive, I might have invited a couple of my own guests too." That got his attention. "I got a bad feeling about this." He stopped adjusting the cups. "Who exactly did you invite?" She grinned. "Old friends. People I used to run with back in the day." "Harley." His tone flattened. "Who?" She winked.
Surprise.
John sighed. "That's what I was afraid of. As long as none of them are armed, I think we'll be fine," Maureen said while checking on the popsicles and slushies in the freezer. Harley waved her hand. "Please, they're all reformed." Kinda. John's left eye twitched. Before she could answer, there was a knock at the door. Harley's face lit up. "Showtime." She practically bounced to the door and swung it open. "Hey, oldie pals. You made it." The first to step in was Pamela Isley, aka Poison Ivy, the Green Lady. Her long red hair shimmered like copper under the light, and the faint scent of wildflowers followed her. She smiled at Harley, calm and composed. "Wouldn't miss it. Besides, I needed an excuse to get out of my greenhouse." Right behind her came Selena Kyle in a black coat, looking effortlessly elegant as usual. "You know, Harley, this might be the first party you've ever thrown where nothing's on fire." "Yet," Harley said with a grin. Selena smirked. "I'll keep the extinguisher handy." The next guest was Killer Frost, wearing a light blue jacket and jeans. Her hair glowed faintly in the light. Her pale skin looked similar to that of Maureen's. This version of Frost has Caitlin's mind and is a stable version of Killer Frost. Well, most of the time, unless someone's trying to kill her. "So, this is where you've been all this time." She looked at John and Maureen before focusing on Harley. "You look happy." Harley wrapped her in a hug. "Frosty, you made it. And hell yeah, I'm happy." Frost chuckled, giving her a little hug. The last one through the door was Miracle Molly, her cybernetic goggles pushed up onto her pink hair. She once created Miracle Machine, capable of erasing others' memories. During the Fear State incident, Molly restored the fear bomb back to its original setting, but was tempted to wipe the minds of everyone in Gotham to become more like the collective. But she was talked down by Batman, instilling within her a belief for the people of Gotham. So, she stopped her plan. She carried a small box under her arm. "Relax, it's not a memory eraser. Just a gift." Harley gasped dramatically. "You brought me a present? I love you." Molly smirked. "Don't say that too loud. I've got a reputation." John watched from the side of the room, trying to process the sight of 4 known criminals chatting in his living space like old college friends. He crossed his arms, giving Harley a pointed look. "So, this is your version of a couple of old friends?" Harley beamed. "Yup, pretty cool." "Huh? We're like the Reformed Rogues Club." "Reformed is debatable," John said quietly. Ivy gave him a polite smile. Relax, big guy. We're not here to cause trouble. Harley's been talking about this party for weeks. We're on our best behavior. Maureen joined in, setting a tray of slushies on the counter. If everyone stays civil, we'll be fine. The cake's big enough to keep anyone from fighting. Selena leaned closer to Harley. He's cute when he's worried. Harley grinned. Right? But her happy expression changed instantly to a serious expression. He's my man. Don't you dare go stealing him, Cat. Soon, music started playing from the small speaker on the shelf. Something upbeat and retro. Ivy complimented Maureen's ability to control ice. Frost adjusted the room's temperature so the drinks stayed cold. And Selena sneakily pocketed a fork before John gave her a sad look that said, Really now? A fork? That's just sad. Is your financial situation that bad? Molly placed her gift in front of Harley. Go ahead. Open it. Harley tore into the wrapping paper with childlike excitement. Inside was a small mechanical flower that opened and closed on its own. Tiny sparks of light glowing inside each petal. It's beautiful, Harley said softly. Molly smiled. Made it from recycled tech. It reacts to your laughter. As Harley laughed, the flower lit brighter, glowing like a tiny star. Next, Selena placed a red box on the table before Harley. You too? Oh, Harley opened it, and inside was an expensive diamond ring. This is so perfect. Thank you, Cat. Ivy placed a pouch of seeds of different fruit and flower plants. Plant them anywhere and you'll get fruits and beautiful flowers. Thanks to their mutation state, they grow up pretty fast. Harley took the pouch and looked inside. You got red grapes? Yes, and oranges too, Ivy replied with a nod. He gonna make a vineyard for myself and make my own wine behind our house. It'd be cool, Harley said with a large grin. Next, Killer Frost gave Harley a flying hoverboard. You gotta be kidding me, Harley said, clutching the board to her chest. Then came a knock at the door. I guess they are here, John said as he walked over to the door. He looked back for a moment. Try not to be surprised or scream. He opened the door. April smiled at John as she looked at the crowd inside. The place was packed with Harley's old friends and their energetic conversation, but something about the sheer number of people made her feel a little nervous. She blinked, then made an awkward expression. So, isn't there too many people? John noticed the uncertainty in her voice and gave her a reassuring look. It's all right. They aren't exactly normal either, so it won't be a problem. You can call them. April glanced back at the door, still not entirely convinced, but she took a deep breath and waved her hand. All right, she muttered. Here goes. As she did, 5 figures appeared out of the shadows behind her. They entered together. John, looking slightly amused, closed the blinds on the windows and pulled the door shut behind them. Don't worry, he said with a shrug. This place is built for surprises. The new guests were kind of looking giant in brown coats and hat. They took off their hats. The room fell silent for a split second, everyone momentarily stunned. They weren't expecting this. For giant turtles, easily the size of small cars, stood there in all their anthropomorphic glory, wearing their signature masks. Green, bulky, and clearly ready for anything. And behind them, a large rat, also humanoid in shape, adjusted his glasses as he stood calmly, eyes scanning the room. John stepped forward, introduced them to the room. Everyone, meet the Ninja Turtles. Leo, Raph, Donnie, and Mikey. And that's Master Splinter. The turtles gave nods of acknowledgement, their movements coordinated but somehow endearing. Donatello, the purple-masked one, gave a little wave. Raphael, in red, just gave a short nod. Michelangelo flashed a toothy grin and threw a casual thumbs up, while Leonardo simply placed his hands behind his back, standing straight. The large rat, Master Splinter, bowed his head respectfully. It is an honor to be here. The group of Harley's friends stared, trying to process the sight. The room felt even more crowded than before, and the giant turtles were definitely an unexpected twist to the evening. "All right," Harley said with a curious look. "This just got a whole lot more interesting." She ran over to them and looked them closely. "You guys are big ninjas, and as much as I'd like to hear your origin stories, I'll save that for later. Right now." She made a backflip and somehow managed to get on top of a table. Maureen took out a champagne bottle and threw at Harley, which she caught with a dramatic spin. "It's party time." She popped it open. The room erupted into cheers as Harley popped the champagne cork, sending the bottle into the air with a satisfying pop. She caught it mid-spin, holding it aloft like a victory trophy. "All right, everyone, who's thirsty?" she shouted, flashing a wide grin. A few minutes later, April, now a little more relaxed, stood near the wall with a soda in hand. She hadn't expected this kind of party. But then again, she probably should have known better. Harley was never one for normal. John stood near the kitchen counter, where he had laid out a spread of pizza slices, some fresh from the oven, others cold but still piled high. He had even set up a little makeshift station for people to top their slices with extra cheese, herbs, and spices. Anything that could make the night feel even more special. He slid a pizza onto a platter and brought it over to Harley's table, eyeing the chaos happening around him with a fond smile. "Pizza's up, folks," he called, and the crowd eagerly grabbed slices. Mikey, holding a slice of pepperoni pizza, was busy sneaking glances at Ivy, who was sitting across the room with a glass of wine in her hand. He fiddled with the crust in his hands, clearly unsure of how to approach her. You like plants?" Mikey asked, his words coming out in a rushed stutter. "I mean, you really like them, right?" Ivy looked up, surprised by the question, but there was a soft smile tugging at her lips. "I do," she replied, her voice calm. "You could say I have a bit of a green thumb." Mikey's eyes widened. "Cool. I don't know much about plants, but I could totally learn. I mean, I can learn stuff, and I'm pretty good at, eating pizza? That's like a skill, right?" Ivy chuckled, leaning slightly forward. "I'm sure you have other skills, too." Mikey puffed out his chest a little, trying to appear more confident. "Well, I'm pretty awesome at nunchucks." "I believe that," Ivy said with a grin, clearly enjoying the conversation. Meanwhile, across the room, Donatello was in deep discussion with Maureen, who was showing him how she could control ice and create intricate designs in the air. He seemed completely fascinated. "Fascinating," Donnie muttered, his hands moving as he jotted down notes on a napkin. "I've seen a lot of technology, but nothing like this. It's like manipulating matter itself." Maureen gave a small laugh. "It's more about control, really. Balance." As the night carried on, the sound of laughter, conversation, and music filled the apartment. Harley, who had already consumed 2 glasses of champagne, was standing in front of her birthday cake, eyeing the candles with a grin. She gave a dramatic sigh, placing her hands on her hips as the room quieted down a little. All right, she said, looking around at the group. "It's time for a wish." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, pretending to focus. John, standing nearby, shot her a playful look. "Don't forget to wish for peace on Earth or something equally cheesy." Harley smirked at him before closing her eyes for a moment and then blowed out the candles. The flames flickered for a moment before they were extinguished. She leaned back and looked at the cake. "Okay, wish made." John raised an eyebrow, clearly curious. "What did you wish for?" Harley's grin was mysterious. "If I tell you, it won't come true." With a flourish, she grabbed a knife from the table and cut the cake, dishing out large slices for everyone. Half an hour later, Ivy, now holding a fresh glass of wine, had started talking to Donatello about her latest work in her greenhouse. She'd casually mentioned her plans to create a new hybrid flower that could purify air more efficiently. Donnie was absolutely captivated, peppering her with questions about plant genetics, the possibilities of mutation in botany, and whether she'd considered using algae for natural filtration. Ivy was all too happy to engage, her eyes lighting up as she explained the intricate balance of nature that fascinated her. Mikey, still nervously holding his slice of pizza, took his chance and sidled up next to Ivy again, this time trying his best to appear cool. He nudged her gently, his voice slightly more confident. So, what's the coolest plant you've ever grown? Ivy took a sip of her wine and thought for a moment. Probably the nightshade bloom. It's rare, difficult to cultivate, but when it opens, it has an iridescent glow. It's mesmerizing. Whoa, Mikey whispered, clearly impressed. Sounds like something out of a comic book. Maybe I could grow one. I mean, I'm good at a lot of things, right? Ivy chuckled, enjoying Mikey's sincerity. If you're serious about learning, you could always help me out in the greenhouse sometime. Mikey grinned widely. Deal. Meanwhile, across the room, Selena was engaged in a quiet conversation with Maureen. She asked if Maureen could create fake diamonds with ice that won't melt for hours. Yeah, it's pretty easy, she replied. Once I froze this power station and the ice won't melt for like a week or so. Oh my, Selena smirked. Never knew you had a naughty side. Maureen scratched her head. Yeah, it's all in the past. I now feel bad for creating problem for everyone. Killer Frost, after setting the temperature just right for the cake to stay cold, was now hanging out near the window, watching the streetlights flicker outside. Her presence, a soft chill in the air, was oddly comforting amidst the laughter and clinking glasses. She turned her attention back to the conversation happening around her, overhearing a bit of the chatter between Ivy and Mikey. Plant talk, she muttered to herself with a smile. Fascinating. Splinter, ever the calm presence in the room, moved to the corner where he had been quietly observing. As the others conversed, he allowed himself a moment to simply feel the atmosphere of Harley's birthday party. It was louder than he was used to, but the joy was unmistakable. The laughter, the warmth, and the carefree spirit. It reminded him of simpler times. He caught John's eye across the room, who gave him a subtle nod. Splinter returned it with a small smile before turning his attention back to the interactions unfolding. Raph, ever the restless one, had grown bored of talking and made his way to the kitchen to grab a slice of pizza. He grabbed the plate, but just as he was about to take a bite, he caught sight of Harley, who had somehow turned the chaos into an art form. She had that mischievous glint in her eyes as she balanced a piece of cake on her finger while showing off a ridiculous dance move to the beat of the music. April joined in the fun, dancing beside her, showing off her moves. He couldn't help but chuckle. Crazy girl, he muttered under his breath, before sinking into a chair to enjoy his slice. Meanwhile, Donnie moved from Ivy to Molly and the two-tech expert hit it off. They started discussing cybernetics, nanites, and whatnots. And as the night wound down, the last of the cake was eaten. The music turned into slower songs, and the guests left. They cleaned up and Maureen went to take a bath while Harley went to the roof and John took the trash out. Roof. Harley stood on the roof, looking at the night sky. John stepped onto the roof quietly. Tonight the air was somewhat cold. He walked to Harley and wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her close. Harley leaned into him, a small sigh escaping her lips. She touched his hands. He bent his head, pressing a gentle kiss to her neck. Harley's eyes closed, a shiver of delight running down her spine. John, she murmured, her voice soft but full of happiness. Today was amazing. Thank you. Really. She turned in his arms, looking up at him with a wide smile. Her hands slipped around his neck, holding him close as their eyes met. I love you, she whispered, her voice trembling with sincerity and joy. John's own expression softened, his gaze locking onto hers. He cupped her cheeks. I love you too, he said honestly. Then, without hesitation, he leaned in and kissed her, slow and tender, letting the city and the night fade away around them. Harley melted into the kiss, her hands tightening around his neck, laughter and happiness bubbling up in her chest. But tonight she wants more. While kissing, she took his right hand and put it on her left boob. Harley snuggled close to John's chest as he pulled her closer. "Good night, Harl," he said with a little peck on her nose. "Good night, John." She also kissed the tip of his nose. Well, after such a long day and pleasant night, both fell asleep. Fawcett City. Dr. Thaddeus Savannah woke up, coughing violently as if his lungs were tearing apart. He turned to the side and reached for the small bottle of medication on the bedside table. His fingers trembled slightly as he opened it and swallowed the pills dry. For a moment, he hunched forward, breathing slowly until the pain eased. His illness was worsening. Despite owning doctors, funding labs, and scouring ancient texts, nothing seemed to help. He could not find a cure for the cursed terminal illness that was slowly killing him. Lifting his head, he stared at the board on the wall across from his bed. It was covered with rows of photographs, each depicting a child around 9 or 10 years old. Each child had stood where he once stood at that age, before the wizard, in that cavern filled with ancient statues and crackling magic. Each of them had been chosen to be tested, yet each had also been dismissed as unworthy. Just like him. "Unworthy," he muttered under his breath. His phone vibrated against the wooden desk beside his bed. He reached for it with a weary hand and pressed it to his ear. "Doctor," a voice said on the other end. "We found it, the artifact from Kondak. The Red Door. We managed to extract it from the ruins and transport it out of the country." No one noticed. Savannah's lips curled into a faint smile. His voice was hoarse. "Bring it to the house. Immediately. Leave no loose ends." "Understood." He lowered the phone and whispered to himself, almost reverently, "Finally." That evening, storm clouds filled the sky over Fawcett City. Lightning flashed in the distance. Savannah sat in his study, looking at the object he had wanted to see for years. The ancient red door stood propped against the wall. It was taller than a man, carved from some unknown mineral that shimmered faintly. Strange symbols were carved across its surface. The metal frame around it was rusted but intact. Two of his men stood nervously near the doorway, unsure whether to speak or flee. Why? Savannah had the entire team killed to suppress the information about the door. They are the only two alive. Savannah ignored them. He stepped forward and grabbed the knob. All he felt was a little tingle, but no matter how many times he tried to twist and open it, he failed. The door won't budge. The symbols remained still and lifeless. Savannah's jaw clenched. He leaned back, chest heaving, a bitter laugh escaping him. "You will not deny me," he muttered. He moved around to examine every inch of it. There were no hinges or any hidden mechanisms, just some old writings. For a moment he stood there. Then he sat back down in his chair, eyes fixed on the red door. "This is it," he mumbled to himself. "The gateway to the power of the champion. So close, yet so far." He picked up a worn leather journal from the table beside him. Pages filled with sketches, translations, and symbols he had gathered over decades. He turned to a page marked with a blood-red ribbon. Beneath a crude sketch of the door were 6 unfamiliar symbols and a single phrase written in ancient text. His lips moved as he translated it aloud. "Only the voice of eternity shall open the path." Night. That night, as the storm deepened over Fawcett City, it was raining hard. Savannah sat in the chair facing the red door, his medication bottle resting loosely in his hand. He hasn't moved from that place for hours. Silence stretched across the room. Then he heard it. Faint whisper, so quiet it might have been the wind. But the window was closed, and the sound came from inside his head. "Thaddeus!" He straightened slightly, his fingers tightening around the armrest. His eyes darted around the room. No one was there. His 2 remaining men had left an hour ago. Another whisper came, this time clearer. "He is old, weak. The wizard is fading." Savannah sat frozen, heart thudding against his ribs. The power that was denied. It lies beyond the door. Yours to claim. His throat felt dry. He forced his voice into a whisper. Who are you? No answer came in words. Instead, the symbols on the door seemed to shimmer faintly, as though reacting to the storm outside. Then the voices spoke again. Not one voice, but many, layered, whispering in unison. We have waited for you. We remember your anger, your rejection. You were cast aside, branded unworthy, just as we were. The wizard grows feeble. His judgment no longer binds this world. Savannah stood up and walked closer to the door. Lightning flashed outside, casting a red gleam across its surface. What do you want? He asked softly. The same as you. Rule this world with absolute power. The voices grew louder, wrapping around him like invisible chains. Open the path, Thaddeus. Claim what is yours. Let us in. But I tried, Savannah murmured. It will not open. We need souls. He felt a chill crawl down his spine. Souls. Blood for passage. Will for power. His eyes widened for a brief moment. Lightning cracked across the sky, thunder rumbling loud enough to shake the glass panes. You want me to kill them, he whispered. Bring them to the door. Give us their lives. The gateway will stir. We will answer. Morning. The rain had stopped. Savannah sat in his study, still staring at the red door. He was holding his phone. Finally, he decided to make his move. Kill two birds with one stone. He dialed his elder brother's number. After a couple of rings, his brother finally took the call. Sid, he said, I want to meet. I've made a decision. I'm ready to give you my shares. All of them. There was a pause. Then his brother's cautious voice came through. You serious? What's the catch? No catch, Savannah said quietly. Just one small favor. Something I need you to do for me. It's better if we talk in person. Sid laughed. Fine. I'll be there in an hour. Don't die before I get there. Savannah hung up and set the phone down. He didn't move. He simply waited. When Sid arrived, he strolled into the house like he owned it. He was dressed in an expensive gray suit and wore that familiar smug look that Savannah had despised since childhood. Well, Sid said, stepping into the study. I was starting to think you'd finally gone senile, Thad. Giving up your empire just like that. Savannah didn't answer. He pointed at the red door propped against the wall. Sid looked at it, frowning. What's this? Another one of your little obsession projects? Ancient relics and fairy tales. Savannah's voice was steady. That door is older than civilization. It leads to something powerful. You always said I wasted my life chasing magic. But right beyond that door lies the secret. The truth. The source of magic. Go ahead. Open it. He grinned for the first time. Take a look for yourself. Prove me wrong. And you can have everything I own. Sid let out a loud laugh, holding his belly. He laughed hard for a few seconds before stopping. Magic? You still believe that garbage? You are still that same pathetic kid. He walked up to the door and ran a hand over the surface. What's it supposed to do? Summon ghosts? Turn lead into gold? Open it? Savannah looked at him with cold eyes. See for yourself. Sid shook his head, grinning. You really are out of your mind. There's no such thing as magic, Thad. Only money and power. And you already gave up both. He wrapped his fingers around the knob. The moment he twisted it, a blinding flash of red light exploded outward. The sound was like metal tearing through the air. Sid screamed once. The noise cut short as arcs of crimson lightning shot through his body. In a heartbeat, he was gone, reduced to a pile of ash and smoke on the floor. The door pulsed once, the symbols glowing faintly red before fading again. Of course, there is magic, Savannah said as he looked at the charred remains of his brother. Then with a hiss, the door began to glow. Open it. He heard the voices again. Savannah grabbed the knob and twisted. A jolt of lightning crawled up his arm as the door finally opened. He walked through and found himself standing in that ancient place where he once stood. Around him were those 7 statues, a glowing orb floating on the pedestal on the right, and the old wizard sat alone on the throne. The wizard was holding the magic staff. The wizard opened his eyes and sat up straight. Savannah walked forward. He smiled at the old man. "You remember me?" "Thaddeus Savannah," the wizard said as he stood up and walked down the stairs. "You shouldn't be here." "Of course I shouldn't be here. I was unworthy after all. But you see." He walked toward the glowing orb. "Some think I'm worthy." "Thaddeus," the wizard's voice boomed, heavy with power and warning. "You do not understand what you are doing." Savannah took a slow step forward, his eyes fixed on the glowing orb. "Oh, I understand perfectly," he said, his voice trembling with both rage and awe. "You chose children, dreamers and fools, and you called them unworthy. Do you have any idea what that does to children when you call them unworthy? No, you don't know. You let me rot in the dark, chasing your fairy tales." "You were filled with anger," the wizard said, descending the steps, his robes trailing over the floor. "Your heart was consumed by envy, by hate. That is why you failed the test." Savannah's lips curled into a bitter smile. "And yet, here I stand." The wizard's eyes flickered with sorrow. "The door is not a gift. It is a prison. Those who speak through it are not gods or angels, but monsters and sins bound in flesh and stone. You do not hear destiny whispering, Thaddeus. You hear your doom." A low rumble echoed through the chamber. The 7 massive statues that surrounded them began to tremble. Cracks spread across their surfaces, glowing faintly red. The voices returned, layered, serpentine, full of temptation. "Do not listen to him. He fears you. He knows what you could become. He feared our power. He caged us, called us evil. But we are truth. We are freedom. We are the rulers." Savannah clutched his head, staggering. The whispers surged, filling his skull, his pulse quickening as the power radiated from the orb. The wizard raised his staff. "Thaddeus, you are being deceived. That orb is a vessel of the 7 deadly sins. They are the entities of destruction. If you release them, the world will drown in shadow." But Savannah's expression hardened, his eyes burning with fury. "All my life, I've been dying sick, forgotten, mocked. Now this chance. You'll not deny me what's mine. You talk about worthiness? I'll show you worthiness." The orb pulsed brighter, reacting to his rage. It rose from the pedestal, spinning slowly in the air. The whispers turned to a roar. "Take what is yours. Claim your rightful place. We chose you as our champion." The wizard raised his staff, shouting over the storm of voices. "Thaddeus, stop!" But Savannah reached out. His hand shook, trembling inches from the orb. "Power mine." The orb flew toward him, slamming to a stop, hovering just before his face. The statues exploded, shards of stone raining across the chamber. From within each shattered form, a shadow rose, a twisted, writhing creature of smoke and flame, eyes burning with hunger. One by one, they screamed and hurled themselves into the orb. Savannah's eyes widened as the orb began to glow even brighter than before. It looked like a ball of compressed energy. His body jerked violently as the sphere spun faster and faster, until it shot straight into his right eye with a flash that split the air. He screamed, falling to his knees. The light burst from every vein in his body. His veins blackened, his back arched, and when his head snapped up, his right eye glowed with blue light. His body quickly turned back to normal except for the eye. The wizard staggered back, gripping his staff. No, what have you done?" Savannah rose slowly to his feet. The trembling stopped. The cavern was silent, save for the low hum of dark energy radiating from him. Finally, His mouth curled into a grin. I can see. Multiple voices overlapped each other. The wizard pointed his staff at him. You are consumed, Thaddeus. That power will destroy you and all mankind. So much power. Savannah clenched his fist. The wizard thrust his staff forward, releasing a blast of lightning. But to his surprise, Savannah absorbed the lightning and then threw it back at him, sending him flying a few feet back. You can't stop me. He turned back toward the door. No one can. For months later, life had changed again for the trio. They moved to their new mansion. The renovation had taken weeks, mostly because Harley refused to let anyone else handle the fun parts. She painted the walls herself, splashing red and blue patterns across the hallways until John gently suggested they hire professionals to fix the uneven patches. She agreed, only after sneaking in one last artistic masterpiece, in the form of a smiley face behind a curtain in the living room. The backyard was her favorite, obviously because of the pool and a small garden that Maureen takes care of. The best part, though, was Harley's invention. A bright red slide that spiraled down from her balcony straight into the pool. She had insisted it be made of reinforced plastic for maximum splash potential. Who needs stairs when you can make an entrance? She declared proudly on the day it was finished, before testing it headfirst with a loud yell that startled the landscapers. John just shook his head, smiling. Every day's a circus, he said under his breath. Inside, Maureen had turned one of the two basement rooms into her training room. Harley called it the fridge. Business, meanwhile, was booming. John had turned JHM Pizza into a full-fledged chain. 4 stores in Metropolis, 3 in Star City, 6 in Central City, and 4 in Fawcett City. Each one kept the same cozy style as the original. Bright lights, clean counters, that homemade feel. But he spared no expense on the upgrades. Best ovens, polished interiors, and delivery drones that Harley had named Pizza Birds. Well, the delivery drones from Wayne Enterprises became very popular among the restaurants and small businesses thanks to fast delivery, and a proper security system that zaps anyone who tries to steal the food, takes pics, and sends them to the cops. Despite the slightly higher price, it was slowly killing the delivery jobs. Moving on, their original shop in Dakota City was still open. John made sure of that. He had it remodeled with black and gold decor, marble tables, and a new neon sign that glowed JHM Pizza. The place looked expensive, but the prices hadn't changed. Good food shouldn't cost a fortune, he told the board, which consisted of 2 people, Harley and Maureen, during the expansion meeting. We started this for the people, and that's how it's gonna stay. They had a little fun playing a business meeting with serious expressions. The trio even wore suits during that meeting in their living room. It worked. The city loved them for it. The JHM logo appeared on billboards, buses, and television screens across the country. John had poured enough money into advertising. The image of Harley biting into a slice on live TV, grinning and saying, "Tastes like chaos and cheese," became a meme within a week. Sales doubled after that. At home, things were peaceful. Mornings started with Harley making breakfast while dancing in her pajamas, Maureen reading the news in the corner, and John organizing the day's business calls with a cup of strong coffee in hand. Sometimes they went for drives along the coast. Sometimes they stayed in movie nights turning into sleepovers in the living room. All in all, things were perfect. Next, let's go to their vigilante life at night. The trio fought crimes and criminal bang babies every now and then. Sometimes they joined hands with static and gear to stop robberies, drug rings, and powered thugs that tore through Dakota's backstreets. They made quite the team, but they decided to keep their identity a secret by wearing masks. Though John didn't need any mask because of his transformation, Harley insisted it was part of their brand. She even made Maureen's mask frost blue to match her powers, while her own was coated in reflective glitter that threw light like a disco ball. "If we're gonna punch crooks," she said, "we're gonna look fabulous doing it." John took the lead as usual and did his best to keep property damages to a minimum. and he always transformed in secret to prevent his weakness from getting out. He also started to learn other magic and more martial arts, using his wisdom that he could use in his base form. Oh, and he started to spread his name. The streets whispered his name after every storm. Black Adam. Maureen also earned her own reputation. The criminals of Dakota learned to fear the sudden drop in temperature that came before she appeared. Ice crawled across concrete, freezing tires, weapons, and sometimes entire alleys. The media called her permafrost after one night when she froze a gang truck solid during a police chase. And then there was Harley. Loud, unpredictable, and dazzling. She wielded twin electric batons that she'd rigged with glitter charges, so every hit ended with a flash of sparkles. The crooks never forgot her laugh echoing through the chaos. The city named her Glitter Queen, a title she wore like royalty. They didn't just fight for fun. Whenever they busted big criminal gangs or intercepted shipments of stolen tech, they took the money and gave 80% of it to the local church that looked after homeless kids in shelters. The rest they kept. Harley called it their snack fund. Within 4 months, they became as famous as Static. People started spotting them on rooftops, saving civilians during explosions, or helping police during disasters. Kids wore paper lightning bolts and frost masks, pretending to be them. Even Static once joked during a live interview, "If you see a lightning bolt, a snowstorm, and a sparkle explosion together, just know the dream team's got it handled." A few days later, abandoned gas station, Static's base. Static leaned back against the workbench, sparks crackling between his fingers. "So you're telling me you can do all that lightning stuff and not blow a fuse?" he asked. John, in his transformed form, was leaning against an old car. He said, "Control isn't about power, kid. It's about focus. You're letting your energy lead you. You need to lead it." Virgil clenched his fists and opened them again. Sparks of lightning danced around his fingers. "Control, huh?" he mumbled to himself. "That's right. You've got potential," John said. "But potential without discipline is just noise." Gear sat on top of an old car hood, tightening a drone's joint. "Translation," he said without looking up. "You're about to get schooled." Static cracked his knuckles. "All right, old man. Show me what you've got." John exhaled slowly and raised one hand. Lightning sparked from his fingertips, curling like ribbons before solidifying into a glowing whip of pure electricity. He spun it once, testing its elasticity. "Lesson 1, John said, stepping forward. "Lightning is an extension of your will, not a tool. You have to feel it like muscle memory." Static's eyes widened. "You just made a lightning whip." "Focus," John said as he absorbed the whip. "Now hit me." Virgil raised his hands, blue arcs gathering around him. He shot a bolt straight toward John's chest. John didn't move. The bolt hit his palm, split in two, and fizzled out. "Not bad," John said, "but you're thinking small. You're firing energy like bullets. Lightning isn't a projectile. It's alive. Treat it like one." Static frowned, adjusting his stance. "All right, then let's see what alive looks like." John's eyes flashed with faint golden light. The air crackled around them. He slammed his foot down, and lightning exploded across the ground like a shockwave, cracking the ground like spider web. "Lesson 2, he continued. "Adaptation." He raised both hands. The lightning bent, shaping into a dozen glowing spears that hovered around him. Static grinned. "Okay, that's just showing off. Then stop watching and move." The spears shot forward. Static dodged the first two, ducked under the third, then lifted off the ground on his magnetic disc. He swung low, firing a quick shockwave at John. John countered, deflecting it with his arm and sending a return surge that knocked Static's disc off balance. Virgil flipped midair, landed on one knee, and laughed. "You don't pull punches, huh?" "Didn't say this was a lesson in comfort," John said. Static refocused, charging both hands with energy. He raised them to the sky, pulling ambient electricity from nearby streetlights and power lines. The air shimmered. Bolts gathered overhead like storm clouds forming on command. Gear whistled. Okay, that's new. Never seen you gather this much energy before. John looked up. Now you're getting it. Static thrust both hands forward. A wave of raw lightning tore through the air. John stood his ground, crossing his arms as the energy struck him head-on. The blast shook the gas station, shattering a few glass bottles and rattling the rafters. When the light faded, John was still standing, eyes glowing white. Not bad, he said with a smile, but you're still holding back. Static huffed. The insane energy blast drained him. It was harder than he imagined. If I don't hold back, I'll fry this whole block. John took a slow step toward him. Then learn to direct it. He raised his hand and pointed at a metal sign 10 feet away. Focus on that. Channel everything you've got into one point. Don't think about destruction, think precision. Draw a mental image first, then focus. Static nodded, spreading his stance. Sparks swirled around him, pulling inward like a cyclone. His body glowed brighter and brighter until the light condensed into a single pulse at his fingertips. He thrust it forward. A thin, concentrated beam of lightning shot across the room and hit the sign dead center, burning a perfect circle through it. Gear blinked. Okay, that was awesome. Static exhaled, grinning. Guess I still got it. John nodded once. Better. You're starting to listen. Static looked up at him, eyes full of curiosity. How'd you get so good at this? John's expression turned distant for a second. Pain's a good teacher. So is time. He looked back at Virgil. You've got time and I'll bring the pain. So, keep it up and you'll improve more than you can imagine. Outside Dakota, the road ahead wound through a thick forest that glowed gold in the setting sun. The SUV moved steadily along the cracked asphalt. John was driving. Harley sat in the passenger seat with her boots on the dashboard. In the back, Maureen looked at the trees, a faint smile on her face. So let me get this straight, Harley said, turning toward John. You bought a haunted house. With money. Real money? John didn't look away from the road. For the 5th time. It's not haunted. It's abandoned. Big difference. Maureen chuckled softly. You really think that's gonna convince her? Harley gasped dramatically, pressing a hand to her chest. You two don't get it. Every horror movie starts with someone saying, it's not haunted. It's abandoned. Next thing you know, boom. Bloody walls. Possessed cats. Casper's evil twin. Creepy dolls staring at ya in the shower. John gave her a look. Casper's evil twin? That's not a thing. Oh, it's totally a thing, Harley said, waving her hands. You got your friendly ghost. Then you got his grumpy brother who never moved on. 'Cause he lost a poker game in 1820 or something. Probably the guy who built this creepy house we're going to. Don't worry. We'll play poker with him and let him win. That way, he'll finally get to move on to the other side, John said. Ha ha, Mr. Funny Pants, Harley said, leaning closer to him. You do realize that the previous 6 owners vanished in that house, right? And not like went on vacation vanished. Poof, gone. Like a bad magic trick. I read the reports, John said. There's no proof of ghosts. Just bad wiring, old foundations, and some local legends. And if you ask me, they probably went too far into the mountain and got eaten by some mountain lion or wild dogs. Who knows? Or vampires and ghosts. Harley gave him a side glance. Maureen leaned forward from the back seat. What about the bloggers? Harley looked back and pointed a finger at her. Exactly. Thank you, Frosty. 5 poor souls went in with their little ring lights and ghost detectors, and all they found was death and demon drama. She shivered a bit. Oh my God, we're gonna get murdered by ghost people. I'm not ready to be a ghost, John. John smirked. You already act like one. Loud and impossible to ignore. Hey! Harley smacked his shoulder. That's mean. I'd be a fun ghost. Like, boo! But with style. Maureen chuckled. You'd probably redecorate the afterlife. Harley grinned. Exactly. Glitter ectoplasm everywhere. Ah, but that's not the point. I don't want any of us to die in some mountain where no one will ever find our bodies. Or what if we get possessed? Like, I ain't ready to die. I want to get married, go on honeymoon, have threesomes with John. Then John will create a big harem. After that, we'll settle down and have a bunch of kids who will run around. And John will chop wood just out of our farmhouse. Shirtless, all sweaty and hot. Both John and Maureen coughed almost at the same time. John gripped the steering wheel a little tighter, eyes fixed on the road. Remind me again how we went from ghosts to... That? Maureen leaned forward, trying not to laugh. Yeah, Harley, are we still talking about haunted houses? Or did this just turn into your fantasy diary? Harley put a hand over her heart and feigned offense. What? A girl can dream before her death. I'm just being honest. You can't blame me for wanting a dramatic life before I turn into a ghost. John sighed, half amused, half exasperated. You skipped about 10 steps between spooky house and shirtless wood chopping. Details, Harley said, twirling her pigtail. It's all connected. Death makes you think about life. Life makes you think about love. And love makes you think about... Stop, Maureen said quickly, holding up a hand. Before you say something I can't unhear. Harley snorted and leaned back in her seat, clearly enjoying herself. Fine, brute. But when we're trapped in some demonic attic and the ghost offers us 3 wishes like a genie before killing us, don't say I didn't warn you when I wish for marriage, honeymoon, and the last one, you can have it. Approximate. 1 hour later, the SUV rumbled over a patch of uneven sunlight fading as the trees grew taller and the shadows longer. It was already getting dark. Harley sat up straighter, looking out the window. Okay. Tell me that's not fog. A low mist rolled between the trees ahead. The temperature inside the car seemed to drop. Maureen leaned forward, voice quiet. Looks like fog. Looks like ghost breath, Harley corrected. Oh great. They're already warming up for us. John kept his tone steady. It's just weather, Harley. Yeah, sure, she muttered, crossing her arms. As the car turned onto the narrow mountain road, the first glimpse of the mansion came into view through the trees. It was a stone-built mansion with a big chimney. As they got closer, they noticed the ruined garden outside, spider webs on the glass windows, but the door looked new. The agent must have fixed it. Ah, crap. Looks like that shack from Evil Dead, just a little bigger. Pretty sure there's a freaking evil book inside that house. Harley mumbled to herself. John parked the SUV in front of the mansion and cut the engine. The forest around them had gone quiet. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. All right, he said, stepping out. The gravel crunched under his boots. Let's check it out. Harley stayed in her seat, arms folded tight. Yeah, you go on ahead, ghost bait. I'll keep the car warm in case we need to, run. He turned to her. You sure you want to be out here, alone? In the middle of the woods? The sun is almost down. Harley blinked, looked out at the tree line, then at the fog creeping along the ground. Her eyes widened. You jerk. He straightened up, pretending not to notice her glare. Maureen was already walking toward the front steps with a flashlight. Harley jumped out of the car a second later, hurried to John's side, and grabbed his arm. She switched on her flashlight. The front door creaked open with a sound that made Harley flinch. But inside, it wasn't what any of them expected. The place was old, yes, but surprisingly well kept. The air didn't smell of rot. The agent had done a good job cleaning up. The foyer opened into a wide hallway lined with portraits. Some were faded, some half-burnt, all of them watching from the shadows. The wooden floorboards shone faintly under their flashlight beams. Well, John said, stepping inside. At least it's clean. Clean's not the same as not cursed, Harley whispered. Maureen brushed her fingers along a banister polished smooth with age. It's vintage. Kinda beautiful, actually. In the living room, there was a big fireplace with a long couch. A massive piano rested near the far wall, its keys yellowed with time. They checked the rooms one by one. The bedrooms were huge, each with thick velvet curtains and heavy wooden furniture. The bathrooms had clean running water, to Harley's shock. Okay, so the ghost at least had good hygiene, she said, turning the faucet on and off. Mounted on the walls were a few stuffed animal heads. A deer, a wolf, and something that looked like a bear. Harley pointed at them one by one. Oh great, murder decor. John gave her a sideways look. You're seeing ghosts in taxidermy now? Yeah. Well, one of 'em's definitely looking at me funny. Well, wait here. Let me start the generator, John said as he went out toward the little barn on the side. He started the generator and walked back inside the house. They switched on the lights. They looked around for a bit, checking the windows and doors. John carried the supplies from the car and stocked up. Maureen tested the old TV sitting on a carved cabinet. It flickered to life after a few tries, the screen fuzzy. Well, at least we've got something. Yeah, Harley said, looking at her phone and frowning. No signal. Figures. Creepy house. Middle of nowhere. And we can't even scroll through memes before the ghosts eat us. Maybe it's a blessing, John said, settling into an armchair near the fire. No distractions. Speak for yourself, Harley said, plopping down beside him. I like distractions, especially the kind that don't involve spectral murder. Maureen walked to the window, staring at the thickening fog outside. We'll check the rest of the place tomorrow. For now, let's just stay inside. Morning. The fog still lingered in the valley when the first rays of sunlight broke through the trees. The old mansion looked less menacing under the morning light. It looked almost peaceful, except for the quiet groan of the old wood as it settled. Inside, the smell of coffee filled the air. Harley was at the stove in one of John's shirts, humming off-key as she flipped pancakes. Maureen sat at the table with a cup of tea, still wrapped in a blanket. John came down the stairs, buttoning his jacket. Morning, he said. Harley turned, spatula in hand. We survived the night, which means I was right not to let Frosty here sleep alone. Safety in numbers, baby. Maureen smirked. You just wanted the middle spot. Duh, Harley said with a grin. It's warm, cozy, and less chance of a ghost grabbing my butt. She looked at John and whispered, Someone did grab my butt. Don't know if it's a ghost or... Maureen cleared her throat. God, these two. John chuckled. Pretty sure ghosts don't have hands. Then what do they grab people with? She shot back. He ignored that and walked toward the front door. Finish breakfast. I want to try something outside after we eat. Half an hour later, the trio stood in the yard behind the mansion. John stepped forward, looking serious now. All right, I've been working on something new, he said. I think I can share part of my power with both of you. Harley's eyes widened. Wait. You mean like SHAZAM, boom, lightning power? For us? John nodded. Exactly. A smaller portion of it, but enough to enhance your strength, endurance, and abilities. You'll be able to fight beside me on equal ground. Got any questions before we start? Harley gasped and jumped in excitement. Hold up. So I can fly? Like, full-on superhero zoom in the sky? Possibly, John said. Flight is tied to energy control, so it'll take some focus. Can I throw lightning? Like pew-pew, zap Queen of Gotham, she said, pretending to shoot bolts from her fingers. He smiled faintly. Yes, you'll be able to channel lightning too. Her eyes gleamed. Can I fly to the moon? Yes. Can I breathe underwater? You don't need to breathe. You can simply survive without oxygen for a certain time. How long can I hold my breath? No idea. She tilted her head. Can I run fast like Flash? John sighed, rubbing his temple. Harley, Maureen crossed her arms, shaking her head. You shouldn't have said that. John glanced at her and whispered, I know. My bad. Harley folded her arms. You can't blame me for dreaming big. I'm about to be like a sparkly thunder goddess. This is serious business. John took a step back. The air shifted. All right, both of you, hold my hand and stand still. The girls stood side by side and took John's hands. Maureen looked calm, but he could see the excitement in her eyes. Harley was bouncing on her toes like a kid waiting for fireworks. John closed his eyes, focused his thoughts, and used his wisdom to his advantage. He knew that Black Adam could share his power with others without the staff due to his power source. So, it's time to check it out and give the girls a boost. He simply willed to transfer a portion of his power to Harley and Maureen, then yelled, SHAZAM! The bolt split the sky with a deafening crack. Lightning slammed down on them, the impact shaking the earth beneath their feet. The blinding flash wrapped the trio in golden fire, and for a second the entire valley lit up like day. Then it was over. Smoke curled off the ground where they stood. Harley blinked, her hair crackling with static, eyes wide as she looked down at herself. The air around her shimmered faintly with residual energy. Maureen was beside her, breathing hard, her skin glowing with faint blue-white sparks that faded as quickly as they came. John said after seeing their transformation, it worked. He was also in his transformed form with the black suit. Harley looked down at her hands, then at her reflection in the window of the old mansion. Holy mozzarella, she whispered. I look like I just stepped out of a superhero magazine. Her skin was flawless, her muscles toned and defined, and her boobs became slightly bigger. Her new suit fit like a second skin, black with gold trimming, the lightning emblem glowing faintly across her chest. A short, dark red cape flowed behind her. I even got a freaking cape! She jumped around in excitement. Maureen's suit mirrored the design but gleamed with icy blue accents, her cape pure white. Her eyes glowed faintly with a blue glow. She flexed her fingers, frost forming in midair before dissolving. This feels... Maureen looked down at her hands, turning them slowly. Incredible, like I could freeze a hurricane. Harley spun in place, admiring herself. And I could start one. Oh my God. Look at us. We're like the glam edition of Justice. She stopped, eyes dropping to her chest, then blinked. Hold up. Did these just... Harley, John said, voice firm but calm. She ignored him, cupping her boobs like she was making a scientific observation. They did. I swear they're bigger. Lightning boob job? Who knew divine power came with upgrades? She then pointed at Maureen. Yours got big too and you got taller. Maureen groaned, covering her face. Please stop talking. John sighed. Not now, Harley. She smirked at him. Oh, come on. Don't tell me you didn't notice two hot and tall girls with big boobies? He shot her a warning look. Training. Now. Buzzkill, she muttered. But her grin didn't fade. John stepped forward. Get used to your new strength. Feel how it moves through you. This isn't just muscle, it's divine force. If you lose control, you could level this valley. Maureen nodded seriously. Got it. Harley stretched her arms above her head, lightning crackling faintly along her forearms. No pressure, right? Plenty of pressure, John said, folding his arms. You're going to learn to control it. Today. Maureen gave a small smile. Guess we're the Lightning Sisters now. Harley winked. More like thunder and frost, baby. She pointed at John. And you, Mr. Broody, get ready. 'Cause the girls just got an upgrade. John's mouth curved slightly into a smirk. We'll see about that. Now, before we start, there's something you both need to know. Harley ran her hands over her tummy. Please don't tell me there's a catch. I just got abs. Real ones. Maureen raised a brow. What kind of catch? John looked between them. This power is bound to a single word. He took a slow breath, then said the word himself. SHAZAM! The sky flashed, lightning struck him, and in an instant he was back in his base form with simple clothes, no armor, no lightning aura. Harley and Maureen both jumped a little as the light faded. John pointed at them. Now, both of you, try it. Harley grinned and threw her hands in the air. SHAZAM! A bolt came down like a cannon blast, striking her dead center. The explosion of light faded to reveal Harley in her regular clothes, hair frazzled and eyes wide. "Oh my God," she said, patting herself. "It's like a magical wardrobe change. My mascara didn't even smudge." She looked down at her chest. "Ah, why? Stop sulking. I like you the way you are," John said very quickly. "Really? You don't want to squeeze my big ones?" she asked with a bit of curiosity. "I love all shapes and sizes, so I will not comment on that," he said after clearing his throat. "Now stop talking about boobs." Maureen chuckled at their conversation. "SHAZAM!" she said, and another bolt crashed down. Her costume vanished, replaced by her usual jeans and hoodie. She looked down at herself. Darn it, they got smaller. "Ah, I don't want to say, but I think I get Harl." "That's cool." John nodded. "Good. Now say it again." "SHAZAM!" they both said in unison. Twin bolts slammed down from the clouds, the ground rumbling beneath their feet. When the light cleared, the girls stood in their divine forms again, energy rippling through the air. Harley laughed, spinning in a circle. "This is insane. It's like the world's most dramatic costume change. I love it." You need to understand what that means. The same word that gives you your power can take it away. Say it by accident and you're done. You'll be human again in less than a second, he explained. Harley's grin faltered. "So you're saying one wrong word and zap, I'm just regular old Harley again?" "Exactly," John said. "Your power isn't permanent. It's conditional. The word gives you the power of the gods, and the same word makes you mortal." Maureen nodded slowly. "So we have to control not just the power, but our mouths too." Harley snorted. "Yeah, good luck with that part." John gave her a look. "I'm serious, Harley." She raised both hands in mock surrender. "Fine, fine." No saying the magic word unless it's go time. "Got it. I can keep my mouth shut." Maureen side-eyed her. "You sure about that?" "Hey!" Harley pointed a finger at her. "I can be responsible. Sometimes." John sighed but smiled faintly. "All right, next I'll teach you how to control lightning. If you can master it, you might be able to redirect the raw power of the diving lightning like me and escape the zap even after saying the word." He walked toward the SUV and popped open the trunk. Inside were 3 duffel bags. He hauled them out, dropped them in the dirt, and unzipped one. Inside were dozens of expired soda cans. Harley tilted her head. "We having a picnic or a demolition derby?" "Target practice," John said. He started lining them up along a few tree stumps and branches a short distance from the house. "If you're going to wield lightning, you need precision. Think of this as your first live test." Harley grinned. "Oh, now we're talking." Nothing says hero training like blowing up soft drinks. She cracked her knuckles and twirled her fingers until little sparks danced between them. "So what's the plan, big guy?" "Simple," John said, dusting his hands. "Hit the cans. Each strike should be clean. No random arcs and no explosions near the house." Maureen shot Harley a sideways glance. "Up for a challenge?" Harley turned with a smirk. "Oh, you're on, Bluebell. Hope you can handle losin' to a natural-born Thunder Queen." Maureen raised an eyebrow. "Natural-born chaos, maybe?" John nodded once, clearly amused. "Good. I like the enthusiasm. But let's make it interesting." Harley perked up. "Oh, Daddy Lightning's about to drop rules." He crossed his arms. "Winner gets one favor from me. Anything within my capabilities." Both women froze. "Should I ask if he likes me?" This was Maureen's first thought. Harley's grin widened slowly, mischievous and dangerous all at once. Anything? John gave her a warning look. Within reason. And no, we are not going to rob 5 ATMs, commit fraud, surgically alter our faces, and run to rural Argentina to raise chaos-spawn hyenas, dogs, and cats. That entire thought. Kill it now. You skipped the baby's part, Harley winked. Don't make me spank you, Harl. He gave her that look. Fine, she said before turning toward Maureen. All right, Frosty, prepare to lose. I already know what I'm a skin for. Maureen sighed, brushing her hair back. Should I be worried? Only if you hate surprises. Harley cracked her knuckles. John stepped back and gestured to the line of cans. All right, Harley first. Focus on the target. Channel your energy through your arms and shoot it. Got it, coach. She raised one hand, thumb and middle finger poised. A spark jumped, then a small bolt shot out, sizzling the air as it zipped toward the cans. It missed the first one but hit the second dead center, blasting it off the stump with a satisfying pop. Harley threw her fist in the air. Ah, nailed it. I call that one the sparkle shot. Maureen rolled her eyes. 1 out of 2. Impressive math. All right, Maureen, John said. Your turn. Maureen took a deep breath, blue lightning forming around her arms. The air temperature dropped a few degrees as frost coated the grass near her feet. She raised her hand and released a single, clean bolt. It sliced through the air, hitting her straight through the middle. It was a clean shot without any explosion. Well, considering her ice power and training she has done so far, it was like a walk in the park. She got an edge over Harley. Harley's jaw dropped. Okay, Elsa with a side of Terminator aim. Not bad. Maureen smiled slightly. You said we're keeping score? Now it's personal, Harley said, summoning another charge. This time, 3 quick bolts fired in succession. 2 hit dead on. 1 grazed a branch and blew up a can of root beer in the air, raining fizzy foam over them. Harley laughed.
Multi-target bonus.
I should get extra points for style. John chuckled. You get points for effort. Maureen, your turn again. Maureen exhaled, raised her hand, and fired a spread of smaller, rapid shots. Each can along her side detonated with soft cracks, smoke curling in neat lines. Harley's mouth fell open. Show off. John walked between them, hands clasped behind his back. All right, both of you are improving. Harley, your control's rough but strong. Maureen, your aim's precise but conservative. Push more energy next time. Translation, Harley said. Frosty's a sniper and I'm a storm. Maureen smirked. A loud one. John tilted his head. Last round. Winner takes the favor. Both women stood side by side, lightning sparking brighter now. Harley cracked her neck and whispered, You're going down, Snow Queen. Keep talking, Maureen said softly. You'll miss again. John put up the last batch of cans. The girls took their shots. End result. Maureen wins by 2 cans. Harley stared at the cans, mouth open, disbelief written all over her face. No way. No freaking way. You cheated. Maureen crossed her arms with a small, triumphant smile. How exactly does one cheat at lightning target practice? You froze my mojo. Harley pointed an accusing finger. You did some kind of icy voodoo mind trick. That's what it was. Frosty sorcery. John rubbed the bridge of his nose. It's called aim, Harley. Harley pouted dramatically. Aim, SHAZAM aim. I was totally gonna win until that last soda ducked. She kicked a can still hissing with fizz and sent it flying miles away. Even the cans are against me. Maureen laughed softly. Face it, I won fair and square. Harley squinted at her. All right, fine, Snow Queen. You won. But spill it. What's the favor gonna be? Huh? You're gonna make him buy you a castle? Polar bear? Maybe ask him to be your boyfriend and join the team. Maureen blushed and didn't say no, which Harley noticed. She leaned over to her and whispered, You're thinking of taking my advice, aren't you? She elbowed her a little. Maureen's eyes widened a bit, but she quickly maintained her composure as usual. She pretended to cough and said, "I'll save the favor for later." Harley gasped. "Oh no. No. You don't just win a magical lightning favor and keep it in your pocket like a coupon. You gotta tell me. I'm your partner in crime/heroism. We share things." Maureen shrugged. "You'll find out when the time's right." Harley groaned and tugged on her pigtails. "Ugh, that's the worst kind of torture. I'd rather fight ghosts than wait for surprises." John clapped his hands together. "All right, enough arguing. Next lesson. Time to learn how to fly." Harley's pout disappeared in an instant, and as always, she was excited. "Oh yeah, finally," John explained. "Flying is about focus and flow. You have to imagine it in your head, feel the lightning moving through you, and let it carry you. Don't force it. Just trust the power." Maureen closed her eyes and inhaled slowly. Blue energy rippled around her as she focused. The air shimmered beneath her feet, and within moments she lifted gently off the ground, hovering a few feet up. Her hair floated slightly in the static. John smiled. "Nice job, Maureen." Then both of them turned at the sound of manic laughter. Harley rocketed upward like a human firework, leaving a streak of gold in her wake. "Woo!
I'm fleeing. I'm freaking fleeing."
Ha ha ha. Maureen's eyes widened. "She's not going to fly to the moon, is she?" John's left eye twitched as he looked up. Harley did ask about if she could fly to the moon, and John said yes. "Why, Harl?" "Oh," Maureen muttered as her enhanced vision caught Harley shooting straight up into the sky. John sighed, muttering under his breath. "Shit!" He shouted, "SHAZAM!" Lightning crashed down, transforming him in a blinding flash. Without another word, he shot into the sky after her, the sound of his voice echoing through the clouds. "Harley, don't even think about it." Harley's laughter came from the clouds. "Too late. I'm thinking about it." The blackness of space stretched endlessly around her. She could see the sparkling stars far away with her enhanced vision. For a moment, Harley hovered there, suspended in the void, eyes wide as she stared down at the earth below. "Holy cannoli," she whispered, voice echoing strangely in her head. "I'm in freaking space.
I'm alive.
I'm not breathing, but I ain't dead either. My boobs aren't floating away. My blood ain't boiling. I ain't disintegrating. I'm an astronaut. Harley freaking Quinn, the first blonde thunder goddess in orbit." Her laughter bubbled out, loud and wild in the silence that surrounded her. It should have been terrifying, but all she felt was awe. The stars glittered like 1,000 tiny spotlights just for her. She twirled in the air, her cape rippling against the black void. "Oh my God, this is insane. I can see everything. The clouds, the ocean, Wait, is that Australia or a weird potato shape?" Before she could finish her rambling, a bright streak of gold flashed across the darkness. John appeared beside her, lightning dancing faintly over his armor. His eyes met hers, and she could tell he was not amused. He crossed his arms and gave her that look, the kind that screamed, "I'm gonna spank you tonight," and not in the fun way. Harley blinked, then grinned sheepishly. "Oh hey, big guy. Fancy meeting you here. Beautiful view, huh? No oxygen, no gravity, and definitely no responsibility. I could totally get used to this." John floated closer until they were face to face. "You could have lost control," he said calmly. Harley looked guilty, like a kid who had just broken the TV remote. "Yeah, sorry about that. I won't do it again. Don't be angry. Pretty please." He sighed. Without another word, he took her hand. His grip was firm but gentle, and before Harley could make another joke, they were moving. A golden trail of lightning split across the stars as John pulled her along. The world below shrank, and in a blink, the moon grew larger, glowing silver beneath them. They landed softly on the surface, their boots pressing into the fine gray dust. Harley turned slowly, taking it all in. Okay, I take it back. This is the coolest thing ever. She stomped one foot, watching the dust rise and float. Look at that. Moon glitter.
I'm making moon glitter.
John folded his arms again. Happy now. She looked at him with wide eyes and a teasing grin. Oh, more than happy.
I'm thrilled. I'm ecstatic. I'm.
Wait a sec. Her brow furrowed. How the hell are we talking? We're in space, but I can hear you clear as day. What kind of space sorcery is this? John raised an eyebrow. I think it's the divine power. The magic sustains your body, creates a protective field, and lets you communicate through the lightning. Think of it as energy resonance. Harley stared at him for a long moment, then snapped her fingers. So basically, we're like walkie-talkies made of gods. He rubbed his temples. Something like that. Harley bounced a little in place, sending another puff of gray dust floating up. You realize what this means, right? We're probably the fourth or fifth people to stand on the moon without a spaceship, a helmet, or a diaper. We're trendsetters. Baby, NASA's gonna lose its mind. John gave her a flat look. We're not telling NASA. Boo, buzzkill, she said, sticking out her tongue. Come on, you gotta admit this is kinda romantic. Just you, me, and the big shiny rock. John blinked before her and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer. For a moment, both of them just stood still, looking into each other's eyes, before both leaning in with their eyes closed. Their lips met in a slow kiss. Harley's hand slid up to the back of John's neck, her fingers brushing against the edge of his hair. The faint glow of their lightning shimmered between them, golden threads flickering across her cape and his armor. The kiss deepened, slow and unhurried. It wasn't the kind of kiss Harley usually gave. Wild, impulsive, reckless. It was steady, almost reverent. For a moment, she forgot about the gray dust under her boots and the endless space around them. All she could feel was his heartbeat and love. When they finally parted, Harley's eyes stayed half-closed for a moment before she opened them and smiled, her breath coming out in a tiny laugh. Well, she said softly, brushing her thumb along his jaw. That made me feel a little giddy. She leaned forward and kissed the tip of his nose, grinning. Giddy and floaty. Maybe it's the low gravity, maybe it's the kiss. Either way, I like it. You know, this isn't exactly how I pictured training, he said. Harley giggled. Oh, come on, this beats target practice by a mile. Or by, like, 200,000 miles, give or take. For a moment, they just stood together, the earth hanging above them in a swirl of blue and white. Harley looked up at it, then back at him. You think Maureen's gonna freak when she finds out we actually came up here? She probably already knows, he said. Great, Harley said with a laugh. Guess we'll be hearing about it when we get back. But hey, worth it. She poked his chest. Totally worth it. John smiled again, his tone soft. Yeah, it is. Harley's grin turned warm as she looked at him. So what now, Moon Man? We fly back before sups or that gardener guy flies up here? He nodded. Yeah, let's head home. I'm pretty sure they got us on their surveillance satellites. Lead the way, Sparky, she said with a wink, then reached for his hand. As their fingers intertwined, golden light began to spark around them again, and together they rose from the lunar surface, heading back toward the glowing earth below. Meanwhile, Maureen was looking at the sky. She was thinking about Harley's offer. I think I know what I want. 1 week later, the mansion grounds had seen better days. Scorched trees, cracked rocks, and half-melted soda cans littered the field like confetti after a thunderstorm. Every day for the past week, the valley had been filled with flashes of gold and blue light. Harley and Maureen had mastered more than half of what John showed them, and what they didn't learn from him, they learned using Zehudi's wisdom. The divine intellect flowed through them like an extra brain whispering in their ears. Harley used it mostly for dumb stuff, like calculating how to juggle 6 eggs midair without making omelets. Right now, she was doing exactly that, Behold, Harley shouted, tossing an egg high into the air. The mighty Quinn, goddess of breakfast, defier of yolks. She spun, caught 2 eggs behind her back, and bounced the others off her elbow, lightning flickering around her hands for show. Not a single one cracked. John stood nearby with his arms folded in his enhanced form. You know I don't want to say this, but you managed to gain control over your strength. Good job, Harl. Harley caught the last egg and grinned. Really? Gimme a kissy Johnny baby. Maureen, floating a few feet above the ground, clicked her tongue and whispered, flirting every second instead of training. Harley gasped, "Oh my, someone's jealous." John groaned quietly. He already knew what was coming. Within seconds, the air exploded with streaks of gold and blue. Harley shot into the sky, twirling like a comet. Maureen followed, her cape trailing a shimmering line of frost. The 2 women zipped around the mansion like living fireworks, laughing, yelling, and hurling sparks at each other. "Bet I can reach the mountain before you," Harley shouted over the wind. "You said that last time," Maureen called back. "And I still beat you." Harley grinned and pushed harder. "Not this time, Snow Cone." They both blurred into streaks of light, shaking the treetops as they sped through the valley. Birds scattered, thunder rolled, and John just stood there on the ground. By the time the 2 of them returned, the air was still crackling from their energy. Harley landed first, her boots hitting the ground with a thud. Maureen landed right beside her, barely breathing hard. Harley put her hands on her hips. Okay, Fine, you win. But next time, I'm bringing Red Bull." Maureen smiled faintly. "Pretty sure Divine Lightning's enough caffeine for anyone." "Yeah, but mine comes with style," Harley said, flipping her pigtails back. John stepped forward. "You both are getting faster, but you're losing focus. You need to keep your energy stable when you fly that fast." Harley mock saluted. "Yes, Captain Buskill, sir." Maureen stifled a laugh, trying to look serious. "We'll work on it. You are doing great with your speed and enhanced ice power." "Keep it up," John praised Maureen, and she blushed a little. As John turned away to check something near the SUV, Harley leaned close to Maureen with a teasing grin. "So, you've been staring at him a lot lately." Maureen blinked. "What? Don't play dumb, Frosty. You've been trying real hard to get his attention. I saw the way you accidentally zapped that tree near him yesterday." Maureen looked away, cheeks coloring slightly. "That was an accident." "Sure it was," Harley said, grinning. "You're about as subtle as a disco ball in a blackout." Maureen crossed her arms. "I'm not trying to flirt. I'm just being friendly." "Yeah, friendly with the guy who could bench press a tank," Harley said, smirking. "Don't worry, Sugar Plum. I get it. He's got that whole broody thunder daddy vibe. That makes us want to." Mum, she clenched her fists and made a hugging sign. "Just hug him like a panda." "Harley," Maureen warned. "What?" "I'm just saying. You're cute when you try, though. You get all shy and awkward, like a penguin with a crush." Maureen exhaled through her nose. "Maybe I should freeze your mouth shut." Harley winked. "Oh, go ahead. I'll thaw it out with my charm." Before Maureen could answer, John called out, "You 2 done gossiping?" Harley turned around, flashing her biggest grin. "Yup, just talking about how amazing you are, boss man." He raised a brow. "Aha, go to the town and take a break. Oh, and bring back supplies. We are running out of food." Although they don't need food to survive in their enhanced form, they still turn back to base form during eating, then back to enhanced form. As John walked inside, Harley leaned closer to Maureen again and whispered, "See? Ain't he hot?" "Yeah, he is," Maureen babbled out after getting dragged into Harley's pace. Harley grinned at her when she finally said it. Her smile said, "I got you, Bluebell." "Ahem. We should get the supplies." Maureen flew up into the sky. "Wait up, Bluebell," Harley yelled as she flew after her. Let's go and play laser tag before shopping. Loser gets to carry the shopping bags. A few minutes later, John poured 2 cups of coffee and placed them on the counter. He said, "How long are you going to watch us? You do know how creepy that is, right?" The space before him cracked like shattered glass. Fractured light spread outward in a web before folding in on itself. And from within the rift stepped a man in golden armor and a blue cloak. The air hummed faintly with power as Dr. Fate emerged, the cracked ceiling behind him. John didn't flinch. He pushed one of the cups toward him. "So, what does the great Dr. Fate want from me?" Fate tilted his head slightly, then reached up and removed his helmet. The gold dissolved into glowing dust, revealing Kent Nelson's weathered face. His eyes, sharp and tired, met John's. He accepted the cup, took a slow sip and said, "I've seen what is coming, John." John leaned back against the counter. "People always say that right before something bad happens. Go on." Fate's expression stayed grave. A future that burns. Cities swallowed by fire, oceans turned to ash. The heroes, Superman, Wonder Woman, even the lanterns have fallen. The gates between realms are broken, and demons walking among men. John didn't move. His voice was calm, almost too calm. "And," Fate set his cup down gently, "in every vision I've seen, you fight. You stand until the very end. But even your power will not be enough to stop what comes." John's eyes narrowed. "You didn't come all this way just to tell me the world ends." Fate hesitated, the weight in his voice deepening.
No.
John clenched his fists as he got a bad feeling about where this conversation was headed. "Harley and Maureen. What happens to them?" Fate nodded slowly. "I saw their deaths, John. Even with the divine strength you gave them, they fall before your eyes. Their light fades before the final battle. Then you charge after the demon alone. That's where all my vision ended. No matter how many timelines peeked into, the end result is always the same." For a moment, silence filled the kitchen. Then lightning flickered across John's shoulders, running up his arms. His eyes glowed for a moment. The cup in his hand shattered, shards scattering across the counter as steam hissed from the spilled coffee. The surge of divine power pressed through the room like a wave. Dr. Fate's eyes widened slightly. For that instant, he felt it pure, unrestrained rage and killing intent. It was deeper than anything he had sensed from mortals, darker than the wrath of any god he'd encountered. Then it was gone. Fate took his cup and sipped his coffee before saying, "I had to tell you, what I saw wasn't an illusion or a trick. It was one of the most consistent visions I've ever had. No matter what I change, the thread always ends the same way." John's voice was low, almost too calm. "You're saying they die no matter what I do?" "I'm saying the odds are against them," Fate replied. "But nothing has been set into motion yet. There are infinite threads with infinite possibilities. And out of those infinite possibilities, we have to find a way to step into the path that leads to our victory." Countless thoughts ran through John's mind before he asked, "You said demons? It started at Kondak?" He asked. "Yes, you know something?" Fate asked. "I think I have an idea. Ever heard of the 7 deadly sins?" John asked with a serious expression. Fate's expression darkened. "The origin of the 7 deadly sins is unknown. They presumably hailed from an unknown dimension to Earth and spent centuries corrupting and killing humans. At an unknown point before 1600 BC, they were imprisoned by an unknown force inside a vault within the territory of Kondak." John nodded slowly. "Yeah, but that's the watered-down version of the story." Fate tilted his head slightly. "There's more." John set the broken cup aside. In ancient times, the original Black Adam got corrupted by a demon named Blaze, and he unleashed the 7 deadly sins for revenge. His family was murdered by his enemies, and he wanted them to suffer. But with all that rage and a corrupted mind, he didn't see what he was truly releasing. Those demons turned on everyone, killing millions. Entire civilizations burned before anyone could stop them. Fate remained silent, listening intently. John continued. The wizard SHAZAM and his 6 brothers fought the sins, but the cost was too great. All 6 of his brothers were killed before SHAZAM finally managed to imprison the sins inside the Eye of Sin. He placed the eye within the Rock of Eternity and encased the demons in 7 stone statues to suppress their powers. That's where they've stayed. Until now. Fate's eyes narrowed. Someone has released them. John looked at him, voice steady but heavy with certainty. If your visions are true, then yeah. The fire, the destruction, the demons, it all fits. Someone found the Eye of Sin and woke those freaks up. And if they regain their full power, it'll be over. We won't be able to contain the chaos that follows. Fate set his cup down carefully. Then we must find who released them before the chain reaction begins. Dr. Savannah, Fawcett City, John said as he sat down on the chair. How do you know? Fate asked. Let's just say, you aren't the only one with knowledge. John paused for a moment as he closed his eyes, arranging his thoughts. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. So, aren't you going to ask the real question you came here to ask? That power of yours. Fate narrowed his eyes. Yes, same as the original Black Adam, and yes, Blaze is involved. She saved me when I was dying. Haha. Bitch probably waited and watched all the torture and pain I went through. That manipulative bitch thought she could control me and corrupt my mind. You see, the lust for power is very hard to control. But John opened his hand, and sparks of lightning began to swirl over his palm. He continued, I'm different. It was hard at first, but over time, I learned to control this power. Learned some tricks to cut her influence and made this power mine. So you don't have to worry about me going berserk. As for Dr. Savannah, you won't be able to stop him alone. Superman is weak to magic, and I want to test out something. So, send him and me to a pocket dimension, and I'll take care of him. The sins haven't yet gained their power, so I should be able to beat the shit out of him. Obviously with your help. Then I'm going to establish a team of heroes just like the Justice League and Justice Society. And you are going to take care of the political problems and Waller. John extended his hand toward Dr. Fate. Deal? Dr. Fate thought for a few seconds. From his expression, it looked as if he had just seen a new vision of the future. The path has already been set. He shook John's hand. I'll make some preparation on my end. We'll meet again in 4 days. Night. It was foggy as usual. The air smelled like smoke and pine as John stacked a few logs in the open yard and lit a fire. Harley sat cross-legged near the fire, skewering chunks of meat and veggies while humming something off-key. Maureen was helping her. After they prepped the meat and veggies, John brushed a bit of sauce on the meat, set the skewers on the grill, and said, Dr. Fate dropped by earlier. Harley looked up, eyes wide. Wait, the Dr. Fate? Shiny helmet, spooky voice, golden cape? That guy. Yeah, that guy, John said with a faint smile. Maureen tilted her head. Trouble. John nodded, flipping one of the skewers. Big trouble. There's a man named Dr. Savannah. He's working with a group of demons called the 7 Deadly Sins. They've already caused chaos once, thousands of years ago, and now they're back. If we don't stop him before they regain their full strength, Earth's done. Harley stopped spinning her skewer and blinked. You're telling me some evil nerd and 7 hell demons are teaming up for a world-ending party? Damn, people really need better hobbies. Maureen frowned. And you're planning to fight him? Yeah, John said, turning the meat again. But not alone. Harley's grin came back in full force. Oh hell yeah, we're coming with you. Ain't no way we're sitting this one out. Maureen nodded. Yeah, don't go solo. We're stronger together. John looked at both of them, the firelight reflecting off his eyes. I was hoping you'd say that. Together, we'll burst that freak's ass before he even knows what hit him. Harley raised her skewer like a sword. To kickin' demon butt and grillin' like champs. They picked up their skewer and clinked their skewers together, laughing. John took a bite before saying, There's more. He turned another skewer. letting the flames lick across the meat. Dr. Fate agreed to help us. After we take down the demons, we're going official. No more working from the shadows. We'll have our own team and a new base. Something like the Justice League or the JSA. Harley gasped and pointed the skewer at him like a sword. You mean legit heroes? Like capes, fan club, PR interviews, and all that jazz? John smirked. Isn't that what we wanted when we started as vigilantes? So I thought, why not take this chance and go big? Maureen smiled. We'll finally get to make a difference without worrying who's watching. Exactly, John said. And we won't be working for or with the government. I don't want politics or care about the other heroes. We'll help whoever needs help and kick bad people's butts. Harley took a bite of her kebab. All right, if we're going official, where's this fancy new base of operations gonna be? Don't tell me it's in Gotham. I'm not dealing with Batsy and his brooding again. John looked up at the sky. Despite the fog, he was sure he saw a star sparkling. Not Gotham, Kondak. Maureen looked up sharply. Kondak. John nodded. Yeah, that place has seen enough blood and misery. And I kinda left abruptly. So, it's time I check on them. He poked at the fire, sending a few sparks floating into the air. I can't keep using my trauma as an excuse. I've spent enough time saying to myself that I wasn't ready, that I was too broken, too sad. But if I really want to move forward, I've got to face it. Turn what hurt me into something that can help others. For a moment, the only sound was the crackle of the fire. Maureen's voice softened. You're sure you're ready? John smiled faintly. Ready as I'll ever be. Kondak deserves better. Maybe building something good there will finally balance the scales. Harley grinned, twirling her skewer like a baton. A hero base in the desert. Eat it. We could call it something cool like Club Lightning or Fort Awesome Sauce. John chuckled. We'll work on the name later. But hang on, Harley said, leaning closer. There's just one teeny tiny problem. There are 3 of us. You, me, and Frosty McFreezeface over there. You want a league, you need more butts in the chairs. Already thought about that, John said. We're going to recruit people, you know. Harley blinked. Wait, you can't be serious. John nodded. Yeah, some of your old friends. People who got lost along the way like you once were. Give them a second chance to use their power for something good. No one else will give them that shot, but we will. Harley stared at him for a moment, then smiled slowly. You really think they'd go for it? I think if you ask them, they'll listen, John said. You changed, Harley. You showed it's possible. Maybe they just need someone to believe in them, too. Maureen looked between them, her breath misting in the cool air. Sounds like we've got a plan. Alrighty. Harley gave them a thumbs up. I'm gonna ring them up for a party after this whole demon thingy. No one's gonna say no to a party with free food, booze, and of course, she dramatically pointed at herself. Me. Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the night. The shockwave knocked over the grill and sent a plume of smoke into the foggy sky. What the hell was that? Harley shouted, jumping to her feet. And oh, my meat! John looked at the sky and saw smoke. Something bad. Darn it! Harley grumbled. She made a mental note to beat the shit out of whoever was responsible for wasting her food. All 3 of them said it at once. SHAZAM! Lightning crashed around them, tearing through the mist. In an instant, they stood in their divine forms, the air humming with power. They shot into the sky, streaks of gold arcing toward the source of the blast. The valley below glowed orange, smoke billowing from what used to be an old military bunker near the main entrance to Dakota City. As they hovered over the wreckage, the fire roared higher. The ground split open, and something massive clawed its way out. A 2-headed creature covered in blackened scales and burning veins rose from the flames. Its eyes burned like molten coal, its roar creating shockwaves. Harley's smirk faltered. Okay, that's new. What in the hell is that thing? Maureen looked stunned. You gotta be kidding me, John said with a sigh. He knew what that thing was. It was a fusion of Eben and Hotstreak. They must have been exposed to the Big Bang gas. But it wasn't supposed to happen this early. So, butterfly effect. My presense in Dakota messed up the timeline, and God knows what else got messed up. You know that freak? Harley asked. Yeah, that's the fusion of Hotstreak and Eben. The shadow that helped him escape last time. They seem to have mutated. We gotta take him down before he destroys the city, John said as he shot toward the monster. Harley and Maureen followed him. John slammed his fist into the creature's face. The impact cracked the air, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The monster staggered back but swung one massive arm, a trail of black fire chasing its claws. John dodged with his super speed and flew in, uppercutting the monster into the air. Lightning tore through the sky as he followed, punching again and again until the creature crashed into a line of broken trucks below. Its body has multiple holes from the punches, but they all regenerated almost instantly.
Yo, Sparky.
Harley shouted from above. You hog in all the fun. Before John could answer, Harley dropped from the sky like a missile. She smashed her feet across the monster's chest, kicking it straight into a pile of concrete. The impact shattered the ground, flames erupting in a ring around her. The monster howled, its body twisting as shadow tendrils snaked outward. One of them lashed around Harley's leg, yanking her off the ground. Hey, personal space, you freak, she yelled, blasting the tendril with a bolt of golden lightning. It burned away, but 3 more reached for her. On it, Maureen called. She raised her hands, frost spiraling from her palms. A wave of blue energy surged outward, freezing the tendrils midair. She clenched her fist, and they shattered into black dust. The monster lunged toward her, but she twisted aside, skating on a slick trail of ice. Missed me! The monster's chest pulsed, the swirling void in its torso spinning faster. The air bent around it, trees uprooting, cars lifting off the ground. The black hole's pull grew stronger, dragging everything toward the center. Maureen flew up, creating distance between them. Crap, 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 Harley shouted as she grabbed a piece of rebar, stabbing it into the ground to anchor herself. Hey Harl, John called from above. You do realize that you have God's power right now, and that little pull won't do anything to you? She forgot, Maureen whispered. Yeah, she forgot, John whispered back. Harley cleared her throat, brushing imaginary dust off her shoulder. Ahem, I was just actin', you know? Gotta make the audience think I'm in danger before the grand finale. John smirked. Yeah, real convincing. Harley stuck her tongue out at him, then pointed both hands at the regenerating monster. All right, you overcooked lizard. Showtime. Lightning gathered in her palms, swirling brighter and brighter until the air buzzed like a storm trapped in a bottle. She aimed and fired. The bolt tore through the night like a cannon of divine energy. It hit the creature dead center, and the impact was blinding. For a moment, everything went white. When the light faded, the monster was gone, or mostly gone. Its body had burst like a water balloon, black goo splattering across the burning ground. Flames hissed and sputtered in the oily mess. Ew, Harley said, wrinkling her nose. That's gotta be the nastiest confetti I've ever seen. But even as she spoke, the goo began to move. The puddles crawled toward each other, pulling into a pulsing mass. Fire and shadow twisted together, the shape of the creature slowly returning. Maureen's eyes narrowed. It's regenerating. John clenched his fists, lightning sparking across his arms. Let's end this in one shot. Harley flew up and hovered beside John and Maureen. Ready, John called out. Harley grinned. Born ready. Maureen nodded. Let's finish it. They waited until the monster was fully reformed. The creature raised its heads, roaring with fury, the ground trembling beneath it. Now, John shouted. All three of them thrust their arms toward the sky. SHAZAM! 3 bolts of divine lightning split the clouds and crashed down at once. The trio redirected the bolts where the monster stood. The explosion was massive and could be seen miles away. Creech! The creature screamed for a moment before its body vaporized in the blink of an eye. When the light faded, nothing was left but scorched earth and a faint static in the air. Harley lowered herself slowly, blinking at the crater. Well, guess he's toast. Maureen landed beside her, scanning the destruction. Completely gone. No trace left. John hovered above them for a moment, watching the last sparks fade into the fog. Good. That's one less monster for Dakota to deal with. They flew back to their mountain house as the cops arrived. To fight the upcoming battle, John, Harley, and Maureen decided to train further by sparring. So they flew to the desert, where they could unleash their power without worrying about hurting anyone. All right, no holding back, John said as he cracked his fingers. If we're gonna take on whatever comes next, we need to get better. You ready? The girls stood a few feet away from him. Harley grinned. Born ready, Sparky. Maureen tightened her gloves, a cold mist swirling around her hands. Let's do this. Without another word, John shot toward them like a blur. The sand beneath his feet erupted in a plume of dust as he collided with Maureen first, a blast of force that sent her skidding back a dozen feet. The impact rattled the ground, but Maureen didn't flinch. She twisted her body and sent a wave of frost spiraling outward, encasing the sand in ice and sending a blizzard of sharp shards in his direction. John flew up in the air and raised his hands, summoning lightning, the blue arcs crackling through the air. With a sharp motion, he sent the bolts crashing down, obliterating the ice in an explosion of steam. The shockwave hit Harley, but she was already in the air, dodging with ease. Then Harley flew straight for John. A wide grin split her face as she raised both hands, charged with a burst of golden energy. John didn't flinch. He shot a bolt of lightning in her direction, but Harley twisted her body midair, the bolt missing her by inches. With a smirk, she threw herself into a roll, then flipped in the air to close the distance between them. You're gonna have to do better than that, Sparky, she shouted as she threw a punch at him. John caught her with a quick burst of speed, his fist slamming into her midsection before her punch could connect with his jaw. The impact sent her spiraling backward, but Harley was quick to regain control. She twisted and stopped herself in midair with ease. Maureen shot up toward John from below, a spear of ice forming in her hands. She hurled it at him with deadly precision, forcing him to dodge to the side. The spear whizzed past his head, close enough for him to feel the cold radiating from it. Harley saw her opening and shot a beam of lightning at John's back. He sensed it at the last second, turning to raise a shield of crackling electricity. The beam slammed against it, creating a blinding flash of light and a sound like tearing metal. The shield held, but the force of the impact still pushed him back several feet. Nice teamwork, John grunted, shaking out his tingling arms. We've been practicing, Maureen replied, already forming another ice weapon, this time a pair of daggers. She hovered there, the cold mist around her intensifying. Harley charged again, but this time she feinted left, then darted right, trying to circle around him. John kept his eyes on her, but Maureen was moving too, creating a pincer attack. The air grew thick with moisture as she summoned a blizzard, reducing visibility to almost zero. John smirked. Cute trick. He let out a pulse of electricity, a wave of power that expanded outward in all directions. The blizzard was instantly vaporized, the mist and ice turning to steam. The sudden change in temperature created a powerful updraft, kicking up sand and debris. Maureen and Harley shielded their faces, their hair whipping around wildly. When the dust settled, John was gone. Where'd he go? Harley asked, her eyes scanning the empty desert. Right above you, Maureen shouted. The shield shattered like glass, and John's fist connected with her stomach. The air rushed from her lungs as she was sent hurtling toward the ground. Maureen shot toward her, trying to catch her, but John was already there, intercepting her with a kick to the chest. She was sent flying in the opposite direction, her body tumbling through the air. John hovered between them, a triumphant smirk on his face. "Come on, ladies. You're getting sloppy." Harley slammed into a sand dune, creating a small crater. She groaned, pushing herself up. That actually hurt. Maureen felt the impact of the kick despite her superendurance. The force of the kick was like getting hit by a train. She rose from the sand, dusting herself off. "Don't tell me that's all you got?" John said as he flew down on the sandy ground. Harley stood up, a determined look in her eyes. "Not even close." Maureen stood up, nodding. "We need to change our strategy." "Divide and conquer?" Harley suggested. Maureen nodded. "I'll keep him busy. You find an opening." "Got it." Maureen flew towards John, her hands glowing with an icy blue light. John met her charge head-on, their fists colliding in a shower of sparks and ice shards. The force of their clash created a shockwave that flattened the sand dunes around them. While John was occupied with Maureen, Harley flew high into the sky. She took a deep breath, her hands glowing brighter and brighter. John noticed her out of the corner of his eye, but Maureen was relentless, her attacks a flurry of ice and lightning. "Trying to ignore me?" Maureen taunted, creating a giant ice hammer and swinging it at John. John dodged the hammer, but Maureen was already on him. She was faster than he remembered, her movements more fluid and precise. He was forced to go on the defensive, blocking her attacks. Meanwhile, Harley continued to gather energy. The sky above them darkened, the air crackling with power. A sphere of golden energy formed in her hands, growing larger and larger. John saw it out of the corner of his eye. "Ha ha ha ha. Nice job, love. I can't believe you managed to learn that exploding sphere magic." Though he was happy, he knew he had to act fast. He grabbed Maureen's fist and shot her away with a lightning blast, then shot towards Harley. "Too slow," Harley shouted, throwing the energy sphere at him. "Ah, crap," John cursed. The sphere slammed into him, the explosion of golden light engulfing him completely. The ground shook, and a mushroom cloud of sand and debris rose into the air. Harley and Maureen hovered in the air, watching the dust settle. "Did we get him?" Harley asked, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "I don't know," Maureen said, her eyes fixed on the center of the explosion. A figure emerged from the dust, unharmed and smirking. "Not bad," John said. "Not bad at all." He flew towards them, his speed leaving a trail of crackling electricity in his wake. Harley and Maureen braced themselves for another attack, but John stopped a few feet away from them. "That was a great team coordination. Nice job, girls," he said with a large grin. He pointed his finger at Maureen. "Maureen, awesome job on creating weapons that fast in the midst of a fight. It takes great concentration, and it's freaking hard." Then he looked toward Harley. "And you? That was an advanced explosion magic. If you had charged it for another 10 seconds, then you might have injured me. Awesome job, Harl." "Thanks." Maureen blushed a little thanks to John's compliment. "Hee. I have no idea what I did. I just did it. So fuzzy and weird. But can we go one more round?" Harley said in excitement. "It's so freaking exciting." "All right," John replied, cracking his neck. "One more round." Night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the desert in hues of orange and purple, the trio lay scattered across the sand. Though they weren't that exhausted due to their super recovery, well, sometimes pretending to be human is nice. Harley rolled onto her back, staring up at the stars. "Man, I can't feel my arms, but that was freaking awesome." She grinned lazily, like, "We actually kinda kick-ass now." Maureen sat up beside her. She looked across at John, who was sitting a few steps away. Her expression softened, a sense of accomplishment in her eyes. We've definitely gotten stronger, she said, her voice thoughtful. I didn't think I'd be able to pull off freezing time like that. John chuckled, still leaning back on his elbows. I didn't either. I mean, when you stopped me in midair, it was like seeing you moving at super speed, a blur. I couldn't even keep up with you. It was so weird. He smirked at her. Good move, though. You really got me with that. Maureen shrugged, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. I'm just glad it worked. It only lasts a few seconds, but those few seconds can make a big difference. Definitely, Harley chimed in. I couldn't believe you just froze time like it was no big deal. 1 second he's dodging ice daggers, and the next he's frozen in midair. She snapped her fingers, and bam, time's frozen. It's like you're a total badass now, Maureen. Maureen smiled, but then her expression shifted to one of curiosity. You are also badass, Harley. I saw you charging up that explosion magic like a pro. You've definitely got it down. Harley grinned, the pride in her voice impossible to hide. Yep, I'm an explosion expert. I can probably blast Sup's ass now. She wiggled her fingers as if still feeling the power surge through her hands. I think I'm finally getting the hang of it. I could feel the magic this time, you know? Like it was alive in me. I've got to admit, it's freaking sweet. John raised an eyebrow, still leaning back on his hands. You've really come a long way, Harley. I mean, a while ago, I'd be worried about you blowing us all up with that power, but now, I don't have to worry about you anymore. Just don't prank Superman or Batman. Harley grinned. Can't I just short-circuit Bat's cave? Like a little bit. Nope, John said sternly. Arg, fine. Can I blast Joker's ass? She asked again. John thought for a moment. He knew it was time to wrap up the villains who were going to create big chaos in the future. And Joker is at the top of the list. He stood up and stretched his arms, then looked down at Harley. Well, I guess it's about time to take care of that maniac killer.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going. Plus, it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.